30 seconds.
You're on.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Monday, July 6th, 2020. It's approximately 1:01 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask if you please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Flores, if you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to have Jennifer can introduce our pet of the week.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Jennifer Martinez with the city's communications, and our pet of the week is Lilo. Let me bring up Lilo here for you.
Lilo and Stitch.
That was the first thing I thought too when I saw. All right. Okay. This handsome fellow prefers to hang around a mature crowd and is looking for a home with just adults. He treated with the respect of a crown prince, and in return, he will treat his human the same. His hobbies include daily walks, hanging out with other furry friends, and sunbathing warm summer's day. Now, the Animal Service Center hours of operation are Monday through Friday, noon to 6 p.m., and on Saturday and Sunday, noon to 5 p.m. You will again be asked to call for an appointment to visit during those open hours. The number is 382-0018. And as of right now, the offsite adoption events are canceled until further notice. Now, normally I do a pet tip, and then I also get into a COVID-19 tip, and I kind of combined those today. And I'll get to those in just a second. But first, I want to tell you about some of the limitations at the Animal Service Center. If you do want to go to the service center to adopt a dog or a cat, you will need to go online first, ASCMV.org/adoptions. The adoption fee is $25. Now, a small number of cats and dogs worldwide have tested positive for COVID-19. And so if you do test positive, what should you do to help protect your pets? We ask you limit interaction with people outside of your home, and keep your cats indoors, walk dogs on a leash about 6 feet away from others, and avoid public people gather. Now, don't put face coverings on pets. This actually could harm them. Right now, there's no evidence that the virus can spread to people from the skin, fur, or hair of pets. Don't wipe or bathe your pets with chemical disinfectants, alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, and of course, all this information is available at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention website. So if you're looking for more information on COVID and your pets, you can definitely go there. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Okay, so we have the one proclamation, and I believe, one proclamation, and I believe Councilor Flores is going to read that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. The name of the proclamation is U.S. Army National Hiring Week in Las Cruces, submitted by Kevin Cardoza. Whereas the United States Army is conducting its first Army National Hiring Days, a national campaign on June 30 through July 2, with a goal of hiring 10,000 new soldiers. On this day, the United States Army is showcasing 150 full-time and part-time career options, training, benefits, and education to inspire individuals to consider military service. Those young men and women who will continue to answer to the call to serve may be eligible for a $2,000 bonus for joining during Army National Hiring Days. And whereas to continue the all-volunteer Army, a uniquely American phenomenon that began as an experiment at the height of a Cold War, and the quality and success of the volunteer force remains unprecedented. And whereas the Army is a way forward for young men and women who seek careers in 150 fields, including cyber, artificial intelligence, healthcare, aviation, big data analysis, and many more. And whereas our Army is the largest provider of scholarships in the nation, enabling scholars and athletes to attend college and become officers. And whereas today the United States Army is recognized as the premier army in the world, with America's volunteer soldiers serving in 120 countries. And whereas we express for those who have the call to serve, seeking careers, educational benefits, or the opportunity to travel to reach the Army recruiters today. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim that June 30, 2020 through July 2020, United States Army National Hiring Week in Las Cruces. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. And now we also have an audit entrance discussion. Who's going to be doing that? Just call on David real quick. David Maestas.
Mayor, thank you for that one. I'm sorry, sir. I am having issues with my computer here. All right. I thought we were going to have Mr. Gardner or Barbara De Leon to help with this one. So I will have to defer on that real quick.
Okay.
Mayor, Maestras, this is Josie Medina with the
There you
City
go.
of Las Cruces Finance Department. I couldn't find my unmute button. Today, our auditors with Patillo, Brown and Hill, Chris Gardner and Heather Lucero will be doing the audit entrance.
Okay, great. Thanks, Josie.
So, Mayor, thank you very much. I have the presentation. Hopefully is that shared with everybody?
Yes, sir. Do you mind stating your name, please?
Sure. My name is Chris Garner, and I'm the audit partner with Patillo, Brown & Hill, in charge of the city's audit. And I also have here Heather Lucero, who is the supervisor that will be in charge of your audit also.
Okay. Although, if I may, although we can see you, imagine the person who's transcribing, they're not going to be watching the video. So if you could, and I'll try to remind you, every time you speak, just state your name again, please. You can just say, Chris Garner, and then state your comments. So I appreciate that.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. This is Chris Garner, and I'll get started with our presentation regarding the entrance conference. So the first part of our presentation is just an introduction of myself and Heather. Again, my name is Chris Garner. I will be the partner in charge of the city's audit, and I am a CPA here in New Mexico. I have with me Heather Lucero, who is the supervisor that will be in charge of the day-to-day operations at the city. So she'll be on site every day that the audit is going on. And so that is our management team that will be responsible for your audit. The next part of the entrance conference is just talk about the timing of the audit. And as you can see on the slide, we've actually started with planning. We started the week of June 15th. We're doing remote testing with COVID right now. And so what we're doing is we're setting up internal control testing and walkthroughs that we're doing on, out of Albuquerque, out of our office, and setting up Zoom meetings. And then your staff are selecting their samples, or we've selected the samples, and your staff are uploading into a secure portal. And so the audit, even though, again, we're not on site as of this point like we would in a regular audit, the audit has gotten started and has been progressing at this point. So again, besides internal control testing, what we're trying to get accomplished this week is, or during this planning phase, is all the state auditor compliance testing that the New Mexico State Auditor requires us to complete. We also are planning for the single audit because the city spends more than $750,000 of federal funds. We're subject to a compliance audit, so it's an audit above and beyond what the state of New Mexico requires. dealing with those federal grants. And so we have started that planning. And then we're getting accomplished the risk assessment, which part of what we're doing today helps us with that risk assessment. So we will have meetings with your staff. We'll have, we've given out our information to council. So if council has any input that they feel, and we'll talk a little bit more about this, that they want to give input into the risk assessment. So what we do during the risk assessment is we will gather up the transactions that are maybe deemed a little bit more risky, that might warrant a little bit more attention. And from that risk assessment, once that's done, we will come up with our audit plan and determine the accounts and how that testing will be done. That leads us to the next section of field work. So once that audit plan is completed, we will come back out in September, October, and complete that audit testing to get our audit programs taken care of and do the testing that we've deemed based upon the risk assessment. And so that'll happen September, October timeframe. And then the financial statements will start being drafted in conjunction with the city personnel. We'll do a lot of it, but we also are involved. That'll happen in October, November, with the audit being submitted to the New Mexico State Auditor by the end of November. And by that time, we'll have had the exit conferences, and again, it will be submitted to them for their review, so that we can get the financial statements sent off to GFOA for the award that the city has gotten for the last several years. So that's the timing of the audit. The next section is talking about responsibilities. And our auditing standards require us to have this discussion to talk about who's responsible for what. And this first slide talks about our responsibility under auditing standards. And so what our firm has been hired is to express an opinion on your financial statements. And what that means is the right box to the right, or the blue box to the right, talks about what we're giving is what we call reasonable assurance. Meaning based upon our testing that we do, we're not giving absolute assurance because we're not looking at every transaction, but we're picking samples, statistical samples, we're looking at internal controls. There could be issues that rise, but those issues can't be what we call have a material effect on the financial statements. So for example, if you were to take the financial statements to be used with a banker, those errors that potentially could be there would not be material enough to alter the opinion of the banking, of your bank. And so our responsibility is to express an opinion on those financial statements based upon our audit. But again, we're not looking at every transaction because of the cost benefit of doing that. It just doesn't make sense for us to look at every transaction because an audit cost would just be exorbitant if we had to do that. So what the standards require that we do is we will express an opinion on the financial statements stating that they are materially correct. The next slide talks about New Mexico State Auditor requires us to do what we call a government auditing standards audit, or another word for it is a yellow book, because the federal government has issued a book that we have to follow their compliance requirements and their considerations on internal control. And again, the New Mexico State Auditor requires us to do that. So in a regular audit, we just have to get a high level understanding of internal controls. And as you can see in the left-hand box with the yellow book audit, we have to expand upon that. Not only do we just get the understanding, but we also have to test controls over those controls that we identify and actually pick samples and do additional testing that normal auditing standards do not require us to do. When we're doing that, we are not expressing an opinion on the internal controls, but what that report requires us to do is explain how it's above and beyond what a regular audit makes us do, requires us to do. And so we will go, we've already actually started this process by picking samples and looking at internal controls. And so when we're done with that test, again, to the left-hand side, it talks about we don't give an opinion, but what we do on the right-hand side is we communicate any matters that come to our attention. So we will issue that report. If there are any findings or anything that came to our attention, we have to include it in this report and reference to those findings. And so that will be the result of what we do at the very end of the audit. The next slide is your responsibilities. So management is responsible for the financial statements, ensuring that the financial statements are prepared in accordance with what we call GAAP, Generally Accepted Accounting Principles. So you are responsible for ensuring that the numbers meet those standards that are given to us that we audit. And so part of that responsibility under GAAP is ensuring that management performs all the functions, making all the decisions. That is their responsibility, and also making any adjustments. So in New Mexico, we have different bases of accounting that we're required to have financial statements on. For example, the cash basis is used for your budgetary financial statements. And then we have what we call modified accrual for your fund statements. And so again, there's different methodologies. So management is responsible for making sure that with each particular financial statement that you have made all the required adjustments to get to that appropriate standard that is required for those particular financial statements. And then the last part is management is responsible for implementing internal control procedures to make sure that assets are being safeguarded. And so that, again, is management's responsibility. The next section is talking about the scope of the audit. So what all is our audit going to entail? And so not only are we doing the audit of the city, we're also doing the audit of South Central Solid Waste Authority, the Downtown TID, Animal Services Center of Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority, and then the Metro Narcotics Agency. And so our audit will incorporate procedures that will test the balances of each one of those different entities, and looking at the internal controls over each of those entities and just testing everything related to all those. So that will be the scope of what our audit procedures will cover. The next slide is our communication. And so our communication is not just happening during the audit time. And this, we've spoken with management about this, but it's also open to the council throughout the year. If you have questions on how a transaction is being handled, again, we can't tell you how it has to be recorded. You've got to make the final decision, but we can give you guidance on this is our understanding of what the standards say. And so again, we don't just view our job to come in and do the audit at the end of the year. We also view our job throughout the year to be a resource if the city has any questions on any accounting standards that we can help out. You know, we like open communication. We're going to talk a little bit about our status updates that we use as a tool throughout the audit. This status update will talk with management about where we are in the audit, and I'll give an example here in a moment, but it's going to just give a status of what we've accomplished, what are potential adjustments that we have, and what are potential findings. And so as we use that tool, because we want to make sure that we have all the relevant facts as we go through the audit, we, again, you know, sometimes our staff will visit with one person from the city and think they have an understanding of everything going on, but actually somebody else does another component that would affect that particular transaction that we're talking to them about. We just use this internal communication to ensure that everybody's on the same page and that we do have all the relevant information. Again, part of that status updates talks about findings. The internal communication status update that we are using as a tool, once those findings have gone through that process and the internal communication where both the city and us are on the same page, and we end up the final result being an audit finding, we will communicate those findings out to the city manager, who is going to communicate those items to the council. However, once those findings are given to you, you have to keep them confidential. The next slide talks about a couple of excerpts from the New Mexico State Audit Rule. And in essence, until the audit has been accepted by the state auditor, and there's a couple of review processes that happen. And so once we submit it, when we talked about late November, that's not, it's not a final product at that point. The state auditor will review it and give us any suggestions of changes, or, you know, once those changes are made, they have to review it a second time, and it's not a public document until that point. And so with that, any findings, potential findings that we have that are communicated to the council, we've got to make sure and keep those confidential. The problem is if it does get out in the public, it's a violation of state audit rule, which will result in a finding having to be added to the financial statements. And that does happen. I actually had a client last year. They weren't our client the year before, but the mayor was extremely pleased with the results of the audit and just made a comment at a council meeting. They had no findings. The state auditor found out about that and required them, before it was finally issued, to add a finding that situation had happened. So again, once we communicate the findings to council, we just got to make sure that we keep all that confidential until the audit is completed. And the next slide is just showing what that communication, the bullet points that we'll use. And we'll talk about the status of those items that we've completed during that process of the audit. And then we'll have any pending items. That way the city is aware of what we're still waiting on. If we have any adjustments, we will communicate that and make sure that, again, that we're all on the same page. And then audit findings will also be included in this communication. If we had any delays or any other items, questions or concerns, they will be communicated through this process out to management. Again, the whole reason for the status update is just to make sure that we have all the facts, that we've taken everything into consideration, so that we're all on the same page as we progress through the audit. The next section is some of the changes that the New Mexico State Auditor made during this last change to the audit rule. And so the first one is our testing over the retirement contributions that the city will make to PARA. In the past, the New Mexico State Auditor required that we recalculate all of the amounts that were sent to PARA. They have changed the rule. The risk now from the state auditor standpoint is if an employee was exempt from making contributions to PARA, and there's lots of reasons, part-time workers or seasonal workers, they are exempt from the PARA contributions. And so those type of employees that are being exempt, the state auditor wants us to ensure and select a sample of people exempt to make sure that the reason that they're being withheld and they're not making contributions to PARA is a valid reason. And the reason for the New Mexico State Auditor's concern with this is the fact that if somewhere down the road it is determined that the city inadvertently excluded somebody, the city would not only have to pay in the amounts that the individual's contributions were, but also the city's portion. So they'd have to pay both the employee and the employer's portion at a later date, as in accordance with the state law. And so their determination and the way they've gone through and assessed how we need to test it is based on the risk. The risk is if somebody's not paying in and should, the city could have a liability in the future. So we will select a sample of those individuals that have been exempt from the PARA, and we will test those. The next one is and this actually happened before COVID, and with all the changes that have happened with Zoom conferences, we are now allowed to hold the exit and any presentation to City Council in this case. When the audit is complete, we can now do that through Zoom or telephone calls. In the past, that was illegal. We were required to do it in person, but with today's technology and some of the resources that we now have, the state auditor has changed the rules, so we can now do it via Zoom and the telephone call. The last change that we have to talk about is with financial statements drafts. And so as we had talked about earlier, until the financial statements have been accepted by the New Mexico State Auditor, they can't be given out to anybody. However, the state auditor has given an exception. So if you have a bonding agency that needs to rate the city's bonds and they need to get that information, we can give them a draft now excluding certain things like the findings. But we can give them the information so that they can continue with their process and not have to wait until we have a final financial statement. So the state audit rule has made some exceptions to help when those situations do occur, because there have been times when, you know, the review process has taken a little while and bond rating companies need the information, but they haven't been able to get it timely. So again, the state auditor has allowed us to now give that draft financial statement to certain individuals or certain organizations to help not slow down the process for bond ratings and things like that. The next slide is confidentiality. And so we're going to talk a little bit in a few slides about our risk assessment. And part of that risk assessment is getting feedback from the council and from management and others. And so one of the things we want to communicate that is, if we do get a call, that information will be kept confidential, and that information will be used only for audit purposes. And so if somebody does end up reaching out to us, we just want to make sure that you know that will be kept confidential if that situation does arise. The last section of the audit is just other discussion items. And then this really is relating to our risk assessment that we as auditors are required to complete. So as a part of our process, we will be sending out some questionnaires to City Council, and we will also be having meetings with management to go over any concerns that anybody has. And so one of the things that we need to be made aware of, if there are any material related party transactions with individuals, so that we can test those and make sure that those transactions are entered into with an arm's length, so that you know, we can go through and test that and make sure that we're meeting the requirements of New Mexico state law. And so again, we want to make sure that we are made aware of any of those types of transactions. If anybody has any concerns of fraud, actual fraud known, or concerns of any fraud, we would like for you to contact us and talk to us about that. If the city has been subject to any special audits, we need to be made aware of those audits so that we can again incorporate the results of those audits into our risk assessment as we develop our audit plan. And then the last one is if anybody has any concerns about any types of transactions that you feel maybe warrants additional procedures. And so as we go through and we get the communication on any of these, we will document it, and we will potentially alter our audit plan and maybe add some steps that we will need to go through to make sure that any of those concerns will not result in a material error in your financial statements. And again, that is all a part of this planning phase of the audit. So I know council has been made aware of our contact information. So if you at any point want to reach out to us and let us know of any of these concerns, we welcome that. And on top of that, we will be sending out some questionnaires to council, you know, probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks, so that you can respond to those in writing additionally. With that, Mayor, I'll open up to any questions or comments that anybody has.
Okay, thanks. Let's see here. Any questions or comments? Okay, not seeing any. Well, thanks, Chris. We appreciate it very much. Looking forward to your audit and all that you all do. Such a huge job, so you really must like accounting.
Yes, we do. Well, you can call us a little bit different, but that's okay.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. And with that, we'll just continue on with the meeting. So now I'm going to read the conflict of interest statement. This is where I'll ask if any member of the city council, city manager, or any member of the city staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None.
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 Okay, now we're going to go to public participation. We've got quite a few of emails, but they're primarily for the mask, which we'll talk about at our special council meeting, and then the TID, which we can talk a little bit about during our that discussion. I do have one that's doesn't pertain to either, and I'll just read this. This is from Paul Pirtle. He says, Dear Mayor, as a patriotic American who served this country for many years, I'm growing increasingly worried about the future of our country. Recent events have shown that a very vocal and well-organized minority of radicals have hijacked the lawful demonstrations following the death of George Floyd to violently riot, loot, vandalize, and destroy private and public property, and threaten, endanger, and physically harm private citizens, public officials, and members of law enforcement. Equally worrisome, they are doing so with the acquiescence, if not outright support, of many government officials, as well as a large segment of the media. It is critically important that this mayhem is stopped before it spreads any further. I implore you to use every resource at your disposal to demand that these patently unlawful acts be stopped, law and order be restored, and law enforcement agency be fully resourced and supported in all lawful actions to restore order. All citizens and their property, as well as public institutions and property, must be protected, violators apprehended, and prosecuted to the full extent of our laws. Please let me know what actions you're taking to achieve these objectives. Regards, Paul E. Pirtle, Lieutenant Colonel, United States Air Force, retired. Well, first off, thank you for your service, Colonel Pirtle, and I will submit a letter response to you on that. So that's on the public participation. Like I said, I have other emails, but we'll talk about that when we get to those items. And then, my goodness, we have a closed meeting statement on June 23rd, and I'm not sure if I have that. So we'll have to get that here a little bit later. So now we're going to go to the acceptance of the agenda. I need a motion in a second, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, who made the motion?
Councilor Vasquez.
I second it, Sorg.
And second by Sword. Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Sword. If you all could mute your phone if you're not talking, please. Okay, great, thanks. Christine? Is you there, Christine?
Yes, sorry, I was having issues with my laptop. This is on the motion to approve the agenda as presented. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so let's go to, we have old business, and that is resolution number 20-176. And I'll probably need a motion a second to remove it off the table.
So move, Mayor Gandara.
I'll second it, Sorg.
Christine?
This is on the motion to remove resolution 20-176 from the table for discussion. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor?
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and continue with Mandy Gus going to be presenting, or Dr. Griselda Martinez.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Griselda Martinez, your Economic Development Director. I will start with a brief introduction, and then I will pass it on to Mandy Gus, our Business Development Program Manager. So we're here to talk about the Royal Crossing TID, intent to consider formation. The outline for today, I just wanted to point it out that we're going to be talking about the TID as an economic development incentive. This will be including some of the policies that you as City Council members have adopted, as well as how it works within the reference of the state statute for TID formations. We're also going to be talking about the increments that are tied to this specific TID, and also to Royal Crossing TID. We're going to be talking about the public infrastructure that would be considered within this TID. Also very important to highlight the changes from the input that we have received in the last few weeks since we started this conversation. Then it was going to follow with the intent to create, and then as well as timelines and key points for you to consider before voting. So I want to, again, within policies that have been adopted by City Council, I want to remind us all that we have been tasked as the Economic Development Department to find opportunities for our community. And those are the lenses that we have utilized to look into this opportunity for Royal Crossing TID. We have ensured that the city's interests are protected, and this has been done through the long process of due diligence that we have followed within this project. And so, as we have discussed before, we have provided an objective analysis of the overall project, highlighting the policies that we have utilized in the evaluation, as well as the financial analysis, and also facilitating getting information to you as City Council members for a decision-making point. So the next slide talks about how this project aligns with Elevate Las Cruces that was recently adopted, and I'm going to briefly highlight those points that tie back to TIDS. CP 211 talks about utilization of creative incentive tools such as TIDS and qualified opportunity zones to spur redevelopment and investment. CP 212 is to educate developers, investors, and community leaders about development tools such as TIDS and qualified opportunity zones. And then CP 2.23 is to establish TIDS consistent with the recommendations of community plans adopted, such as the PDACA blueprint. The next one is also with Elevate Las Cruces and how that ties back into infill areas. And for those, we have CP 921 that talks about enhancing infill policies to encourage more development activity in the infill areas, and as well as CE 123 that talks about partnering with property owners of vacant land for infill opportunities. Also, we have been very diligent to align our strategic plan to the department's strategic plan to the Elevate Las Cruces plan. And two key items that we evaluate in projects are the impact to number of new jobs, as well as the amount of private investment. And so with that, City Council members and Mayor, we're going to move into the details of Royal Crossing TID. And for that, Ms. Mandy Gus, our Business Development Program Manager, will be talking to.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Mandy Gus with Economic Development. Just want to make sure that you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Great, thank you. So we're talking about this TID as an economic development incentive. And again, this is one of many tools that we have to help spur private investment in new and job creation. Some other tools that you're familiar with are things like LEDA and our MRA. With what staff does is we follow guidelines that are adopted by council. The TID guidelines were adopted in December of last year. And then the private entity has to make an application, staff does an evaluation, and then we bring an ultimate recommendation to City Council, which is what we're doing now. This process, it would be the same process for any developer or business that would be interested in going through it in order to look at potential incentives for them. And just like all of our economic development incentives, the goal is always to leverage public funds for private investment and job creation. The one that we're talking about today is the Royal Crossing TID, and we're looking at public funds of $42 million for building public infrastructure, and the private investment is over 10 times that at $457 million. How does the TID work? Again, always a reminder, it's helpful to look at. There is a baseline taken of GRT and property tax in a designated area. The baseline for this at Royal Crossing was $38,000 is what was paid. Tax rates don't change, but as development creates higher property tax or higher property values and therefore higher property tax, and development and activity create GRT, The increment, which is only the new portion that comes as a result of the development, a portion of that goes back into the district, again, just for public infrastructure. And then a portion of it also goes to the general fund. There is no financial burden or liability to the general fund because they always continue to receive the baseline amount, that $38,000 that we talked about. It can only grow from there for both the general fund and the TID. If it's important to note that the increment happens as a result of the development. So if there is no development, there is no increment. The current baseline continues to go. I mentioned that already. And then in this particular TID, we'd be looking at 75% of the property tax increment and 70% of the GRT increment to go to TID, and then the remaining to come into the general fund. Here is a map of the area with the streets that are proposed that are outlined. Again, we would be reimbursing for public infrastructure that's included in the TID plan. Those include streets, parks, utilities, and parking. And then if the TID plan were to change in the future, I think one of the things we want to reiterate is that this is not a blank check to the developer. The developer can only be reimbursed for items in the TID plan that are public infrastructure. And if the developer or the city wanted to change the TID plan in the future, the item would have to come back to City Council for approval. So we've discussed with the developer some changes based on the input that has come in over the last few weeks. One of the items of concern is that there is still a land use decision that needs to be made. And while those items are separate and must be maintained to be separate, one of the items that the developer has actually offered is that they would like to, they'd be willing to add to the development agreement that the TID will not expend any funds until a final land use decision is made. And so that would allow the land use process to continue, but would also allow us to keep on track with the TID deadlines at the state level. One of the things that we would also recommend is changing the TID plan to include the areas of Solano Street, Madrid Street, and Apodaca Park, as we know that they benefit the development and also are areas that may need public infrastructure improvement done. So the TID would be, they would be eligible for TID funding. And then the final issue is the public input process. We know that from City Council's perspective, especially, that is one of the things that brought up the most concern. Has the surrounding area, have people had enough time to understand what is going on and comment on it? And so what we would like to do is we worked with the Community Engagement Office to kind of talk through what a plan would look like. We would do similar to the Go Bond process and have an online video that's open for review and public comment for at least 2 weeks. We're probably looking at 3 weeks. We would target outreach effort to the property owners within 500 feet so that they could make comment. We would ask for
that we just covered. And then at page 11 of 541 pages, so it's the first page of the petition, it reads that there's the ownership of the real property, yada, yada, and we identified who they were at the last meeting. We know that, you know, we're not like just an LC with these funny names without a person's name as the LLC. So we are, if we were to vote yes, we would incorporate every single word in that petition and application. So at page 2 of the application, which is page 12 of everything that was given to us, under 4B, last sentence, it says, this petition also proposes that the district may, as permitted by law, use gross receipts tax increment revenues and or property tax increment revenues generated within the district to pay administrative and operating expenses of the district. My question to you is that a normal practice?
Councilor Flores, this is Mandy Gus. Yes, it is. And actually, to use our downtown TID as an example, some of the things that we pay through that are we've had to pay financial advisors or interest payments or the management of a bond. And so those are things that our downtown TID pays for, and it would be similar in this this item.
Okay. And so it's a normal practice, but my question then becomes, since the TID board for our downtown, I'm glad you brought that up, because our downtown TID board is the city council, but the TID for this entity, should it ever come to fruition, operative words, ever come to fruition, is not going to consist of a majority city council. We may have city councilors, we may have two representatives who may be city councilors. So the interest of the TID really shifts, because the TID, the downtown TID, we own it, and we're the board of directors. So we have our own interests at stake, and we're not dealing with all the issues that we're dealing on this one, because the infrastructure was pretty much there. We knew what we were getting. We knew what we were getting into. So this TID is quite different, because this is for a private entity. It almost seems it's counterintuitive. It almost seems like it's an anti-donation clause violation. But so anyway, on that same page, at page 2, under purpose of district number 5, application contents. This petition and the application includes, among other things, the following. So go down to section B, capital B, 5B on page 2. A current title of the real property, and see tab 2 of the application. The petitioner's request the district is formed without a formation determination of formation election. That is missing. And then the district's financial feasibility study, that is missing. A market demand study for the private development in the district tax increment development, district guidelines and application procedures, see tab 5, that is missing. And let's see. Then this, those prefatory, says that those statements continue on to page 4. That the city council, that we adopt the intent resolution at the meeting, and this is May 4, but today is July something else, July 6, 2020. The city council adopt one or more. Go down to C, 6C on that page, page 4. The city council authorize and approve the formation of the district by adopting the formation resolution at the meeting of the city council scheduled to convene on June 15, which is actually today, July 6. So we are then, we are making all these approvals, and then we have respectfully submitted by Zach Wiegert. But the problem right there is that we're voting on the intent, but this attachment here, or this application at page 4, we're approving the formation by the district, and we haven't even decided who's going to be on that district, or potentially, talk. So there are a lot of problems with this, the missing documents, and then there's, but anyway, those were my questions. I do want to say, though, that this is not an economic-based enterprise or development. And it seems to me that, well, those are my questions to you, but if I may, Your Honor, Mr. Mayor, state that this is not an economic-based enterprise. Yes, it's going to, it will bring some jobs. And I initially thought, well, it's not going to be too bad. We're going to have some jobs. But it's not really going to bring any really new jobs, because it's just going to be shifting the population of who's working at one restaurant to another restaurant, or a retail shop to another retail shop. And to actually put so much money into the infrastructure, where any other developer under any other circumstance, you know, outside of TID, would be undergoing that risk, that business risk. I don't want to assume the risk that any other developer would assume. We're not in a position to do that. We shouldn't be doing that. So yeah, people are saying we should have a PUD. Well, you know, that's also putting the cart before the horse. So that's all I have for now, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Gus. And I'll reserve my questions for a further take. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Gus.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Martinez, and thank you, Ms. Gus. Actually, a couple of my questions are very similar to Councilor Flores. I know last time I had asked about the creation of new jobs. I know you kind of touched upon it on page or slide 5 and slide 8 about financial burden. In Mr. Reigart's presentation a couple of weeks ago, it looked like on their calculations that about 75% were going to come from construction, and then the remaining would be kind of the new jobs coming into the area. From that, I had asked if we had done any analysis on what those jobs that would actually be new and what sort of anticipation we had of those moving from the different area. And out of those that were just going to be shifting from one area of the community to the TID, what type of effect would that have on our general fund?
Mayor, I would like to answer some of Councilor Flores' questions and then Councilor Stuve's, if that's okay. Councilor Flores, you mentioned the financial feasibility studies and market studies were not in that application. Those were attached to the packet as separate separate tabs, separate uploads. So those were included in the overall packet. The question of dates, this was the application that was submitted by the developer. Those were the original dates and timelines we were working on. Obviously, that has changed in actuality as we move forward. You did mention economic-based jobs. That's correct. It's not; these are not economic-based jobs, and that is not a requirement of TID. It is something that we look at. Again, economic-based. The idea is to bring in money from other regions to our area. And while this doesn't have economic-based jobs that are doing that, the investment in the area and in the development, that $457 million is coming from outside of our region. And then you asked the question about retail and those new jobs, how many of those are just moving from within the city, which I think is similar to the question that Councilor Stuve is asking, is that moving from different areas. Part of our financial analysis, and one of the things that was asked of the developer was to estimate what percentage was net new, because if it was just moving jobs from another area of the city into this area, you are correct. That could, not jobs, but GRT. If GRT was just moving a business that is in another area of the city and then it moved to inside the TID, that would have potentially a negative impact on the GRT of the general fund. However, in the analysis that was done, what we saw is that much of the, and that's in the market studies, very little of it is projected to be moving, and most of it is projected to be net new. There was one area in retail that was expected to be maybe about 15% of it would be movement instead of new jobs instead of new and recruited or new expansions into that area. And that's one of the reasons that we negotiated with the developer to change the amount of GRT that's allowed of the increment. So that by state statute, a TID can be as much as 75% of the GRT increment, but because we knew some of that would be moved instead of new, we worked with them to lower that to 70% of the increment would come to the TID, while 30% would continue to go to the general fund.
Thank you. And then I guess for public transparency, what would that dollar amount be?
Councilor Stuve, I don't know off the top of my head. I can find out. I think it was over the life of the TID something like $10 million, but I will look it up and get that exact number to you.
Thank you. And then one of the questions that I think we posed, some of the changes that we have that we looked at last time around, none of that is solid yet, is it? Like if we vote today, then is there anything formally in writing that said, these are things that we want, we must proceed, or is it still kind of up in the air?
So Mayor, Councilor Stuve, this is Mandy Agas again. So none of those are in writing. What we have now is the application, but what the actual resolution says is that this is the application, and I want to read the exact wording. So it is further to subject review and any necessary negotiations. And these are the items that we would have added into it before we bring it back to you in August the 17th. So those items would be added before City Council actually adopts the TID. Right now, the resolution is just that the council intends to consider the adoption of a TID. What we would do is the changes that we've discussed in council and with the developer would be added to that, so that on August 17th, when it's adopted in front of council, they will be there.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mara. Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mandy, for your presentation. My connection's a little bit bad today, so I apologize for not putting my video on, but I want to make sure I can, my connection doesn't break up here. Mandy, so I think a big question around the development of this TID has been around perhaps the public input process and the transparency of it all. So I do want some clarification regarding who from staff and who from council has been involved in the development of this TID, just to let the public know what the process has been in terms of developing this up to this point now. And if you have any timeline, that would be great for the public to have in terms of when the developer proposed this and how we got here now. I think that'd be great to learn about.
Sure, Councilor Vasquez, thanks for that. I think we shared that in the work session. I didn't include it in today's presentation. So staff, both economic development and community development staff, started talking to the developer in October of 2018 on some projects. We actually met with them in January of 2019. And that was from economic development. That was when the question first came up about the potential of doing a TID in this area. At that time, we realized that the city of Las Cruces did not have those guidelines or a process in place to move that forward. And so for the next 6 to 9 months, the economic development department worked on creating those. We brought a work session to council in September and the actual guidelines to city council in December of 2019. We've had it touches many of the departments internally who've been involved in one way or another. It's economic development, community development, parks and recs, Public Works, City Manager's Office, Finance, Budget have all had conversations related to this item. Thank you. And so Griselda pulled up the screen from last time. So you can kind of see that overall timeline of when the discussion started, when the policies were created, when we met with the developer. The application was received in January. When we originally had the conversation, the goal was they'd like to have had the TID application completed and adopted by February of 2020, but staff we said that wasn't enough time for us to adequately review and work with our advisors to review the application, which is why we're bringing it now, because we wanted that full 6 months to go through it. And then
Thank you, Mandy.
and then Councilor Vasquez, we also brought it to the Finance Select Committee in May. And I know I think there are 3 councilors on that item, Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Flores, and the mayor, but I believe the mayor was not available for that meeting that day.
Thank you, Mandy. I appreciate the recap, and I've gotten some emails just, about the secrecy or the perceived kind of, behind closed doors negotiations or development of the TID. And so wanted to make sure that that's clear before we make a vote on that today in terms of what the process was and what staff and council was involved. Can you talk to me just really quick, Mandy, again about the what today's vote represents and then the exit points that the council has in case it decides that it wants to move forward with the TID, but perhaps what options are available for negotiation for this thing to work out that would be beneficial to the city and our residents? What are those exit points, I guess, where the city can decide not to move forward?
Sure. So, Councilor Vasquez, today you are considering passing an intent to consider for adoption this TID. So the point of this, and this is part of state statute, is that after this vote happens, if it were to move forward, then this application becomes public record, and that is when we open for public input and public hearing. And so with today's if you were to pass this today, we will move forward with doing an actual targeted effort for public input. We would schedule the public hearing. Tentatively, we'd schedule it for August the 10th, and then we would bring back the actual adoption decision to City Council on August the 17th. So in that August 17th packet is where we will make the changes that we have discussed now that Council has asked for, that include the things like the areas of making Solano, Madrid, and Apodaca Park eligible items in the TID plan, making sure that we have that full public input, and then making sure that there will be no expenditures from the TID until a land use decision is made. And so those will all be items that will be put into the agreements that you will be considering for adoption on August the 17th. And so at the August 17th, if council did not feel that those were enough protections or didn't feel comfortable moving forward with the TID, council would have the option to still vote no, because again, today's vote is non-binding. It just is. It's intended to open it up for that public input.
Thank you, Mandy. I appreciate that as well. I think that those are just important. It's important information for the public to have in terms of what today's vote means. I know you've explained it a couple times, but just wanted to reiterate where we're at in the process. I did want to go back to one item that I know the mayor talked about briefly during the last discussion about this on the work session, and that was the bid essentially that the city put out to buy this property. I know that was discussed in a closed session, as most real estate decisions are for the city over a certain amount. So maybe this is a question for the mayor or Mandy, but can you run us back through that bidding process? And, I heard some different things discussed during the last work session about who was allowed to bid, who did bid, who ultimately gained private control of this property. So I just also want to clarify that in terms of what the city bid, what that process was, and then, you know, ultimately how this property ended up in the hands of some of the local real estate folks.
Councilor Vasquez, I'd like to give that to Dr. Martinez to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, unfortunately, we were not involved in that process. When those changes took place, I believe I would like to defer that to either the current owner. I see Randy McMillan online as well. Maybe they have the historical information. Unfortunately, we were not involved at that point and don't have the details.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez. And Mayor, if it's okay for one of our guests to comment on that, that'd be
Sure,
fine.
if you'd like.
Okay.
Are you there, Randy? Randy McMillan? Well, let me share with you, Councilor Vasquez, what I know. So Jennifer had just barely come on, and so I think Marcy Driggers was our lead counsel. So based on her recollection, the city's limited motion was filed on July 18th, 2018, and withdrawal was filed on August 16th, 2018. The proposed buyer filed a damning response to our limited motion, claiming that it was defamatory and was illegal, and that we violated the Open Meetings Act in securing council approval of $2.4 million offer at a closed meeting on August 2nd, 2018. And we didn't pursue it further.
Okay, thank you. I also see Mr. Wiegert has unmuted himself, and I don't know if he would like to comment if that's appropriate as well.
And yeah, this is Zach Wiegert, the developer. Councilor Vasquez, I appreciate the question. You know, Randy has a lot more history on it than I do, but working with Randy on building the hospital in MOB and with his company, NEI, there locally, he and a group had put an offer in to purchase the property, and I was approached to see if I wanted to be a party to purchasing that property. And it's in that $2.4 million range that the mayor mentioned. And so it was in bankruptcy court or receivership, and we purchased it. Our offer was accepted that by the court, and we purchased the property. When I say we, two other partners, I'm the majority owner, and then Randy McMillan and Dennis Crimmins are the other two owners, two local people.
Mr. Wiegert, I think I see Mr. McMillan on now. I don't know if he wants to comment as well. I think he's still on mute, so perhaps we can. Mr. McMillan, can you? Are you there? Okay, I apologize. I think you're having some audio issues, I believe.
Councilor Vasquez, this is Jake Redfern. I can kind of fill in the gaps too. I think Randy's audio is either muted or just having trouble connecting there, but I'll even back it up a little further. Our firm was retained back 6-7 years ago, I don't recall the exact year, by the Las Cruces Country Club to sell the property. At that time, the city had made, I believe, either an unsolicited offer or had some sort of discussions with the board of the president of the country club and the board at that time. There was an offer submitted at which the country club thought was well below market value. They had an appraisal done on it that showed the value being much higher than I think the city at the time was willing to pay. So they retained us to market it and list it and try to get full market value for it. During that process, the city submitted another letter of interest, I'll call it, an LOI at a number that was well below what the appraised value had came in at. And so they disregarded the offer and asked us to take it to market, at which time we took it, listed it, and had several competing offers for it, all of which were quite a bit higher than the city's offer. They chose one of those offers, and that's who had put it under contract on a real estate contract. And then that was essentially on the 35 acres that has the hospital, medical office building, and surrounding lots available or that have been rezoned. Were split off, and the 76 acres was still on that real estate contract. And then Zach filled you in on how that came about on the real estate contract. when they went through bankruptcy. And Zach was approached about joining forces with Randy and Dennis in buying that note. And there was people competing on that note too. So that was a public process. It's a bankruptcy deal. You can go bid on the note. There were several other parties at the table there. So everything's been pretty arm's length in public, and other folks had the chance to buy that up. So that probably brings you into the loop on from day one, 6-7 years ago, to where we're at today.
Thank you so much, Jake. I appreciate that, and Mr. Wiegert as well. I just, want some. Hey, Randy, I think you might be on now.
Am I still on mute?
I think you're okay. Go ahead and you can speak now, I believe, if you can unmute yourself there. You're still on mute there, Randy. Okay, well, we can get back at some point to that. No worries. So this is another question that I have. Okay, go ahead, Randy. If you have some comments, I think we can hear you now.
Yes.
Randy, do you have both your phone and your computer on audio? You need to shut one of them off if you do, please.
Okay, I will. Hold on just a second.
Yeah.
Randy, we can get back to you. Not a problem at all. I think Jake and Zach and the mayor, I think, provided some good context to the question there. I think part of the reason for asking these questions is, oftentimes when you have deals like this, the public, understandably so, has some questions around the transparency of, how properties end up in different developers' hands and how these deals get worked out with the city. And so I want to make sure that the public is fully informed of kind of the process that transpired before we get to this vote today. I do have some general comments in terms of the proposal, and that is that I said this before, but you don't get chances to develop a nice property like this all the time, and I said that last time, and so I think in addition to perhaps adding some new jobs, which after hearing from Dr. Chris Erickson, who's an economist at New Mexico State University and good friend and colleague for a long time, I think he painted a pretty good picture and analysis of the non-economic based kind of jobs or transfer of employment that would really happen within the community that would account to the majority of jobs that were created. And even with that taken into consideration, because the healthcare industry does tend to provide higher wages, I would imagine that the transfer of some of those jobs or that the shift of some of those jobs would still perhaps create some more local wealth for folks, right? Based on this type of establishment, based on the healthcare industry in general, and the surrounding property that would be developed. I certainly would hope that those would be higher paying wages. So there are some benefits despite, I think probably not the 5,000 new jobs that would be created, but perhaps the shift of some jobs and the creation of some new jobs. And so that's one thing that I think about in terms of taking this vote today, is these properties are, the developers aren't, bidding over each other to invest in Las Cruces. And so I think we just have to remember that, right? Because we have property there that's been master planned essentially through the blueprint. And I continue to hear from folks that they don't want this in their backyard. And so I think some of those things are biased. Some of the sentiments from the community, I think, from folks who are well off and from folks who have well-established, ways of living in residential areas. And so I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here, that all the truths are being told and we're transparent about this process. And so, I think that the intent to form a TID gives us an opportunity to continue the discussion in the public eye and has a lot of opportunities for transparency. And so I would hope that, Mr. Wiegert, as we talked about before, that whatever council decides to do, that regardless, you still consider your investment in Las Cruces a good one. We are a great community. We pride ourselves in our diversity, both in age and culture and race and people. And so hate to be put in the situation where it seems like, you know, if the council doesn't move forward.
Enter your participant ID followed by pound.
Mr.
Otherwise,
McMillan, if
just
you could,
press.
thank you. So I just, you know, this is kind of, I don't think this is an ideal situation for the city to be in, to be honest with you. It's either we develop this property under this TID, or we, you know, there's bad blood brewing, but, you know, with the city and the developer for a proposal, honestly, that I didn't really know too much about until just a couple of weeks ago. And so I think the whole TID process in general has to be just more open in the future. But I am looking forward to seeing this property developed either way. However, you know, council decides to move with it, I think we need to, you know, we need to move forward on this. Otherwise, we have more blueprints and more plans that sit on the shelf, and somebody will always be against them. Somebody will always be against, you know, developing some of these areas. And so, if we can make this work, then I would be appreciative of that opportunity, and hearing from Mandy the opportunities for council to continue to weigh in, and a final decision on actually forming the TID would be upcoming. So those are my comments and my questions for now. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilor. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Mandy, Dr. Martinez, those others, and my councilors' questions. They're very thoughtful. I'm really happy to hear that there's been some discussion about the expansion of the boundaries. I know it's not a done deal, so I appreciate it. Tessa, Councilor Beita-Estuvi's comments about, is this a done deal, right? Well, it's not a done deal till you sign on the dotted line, I guess. And so I think understanding from day one what has happened to this point, and I just want Mr. Weigert, Mr. McMillan, Jake, for you to understand that truly this just came to us a few weeks ago. So to have to understand everything that this is requiring us to understand has been pretty difficult. I do want to ask Mandy, in the paperwork, the packet that you gave us when we first started this conversation on page 15, the table for the TID cost summary, operations and maintenance, how, this is what I understand is the negotiations that you had with the developers as it relates to road maintenance, parking, common area, and so forth. How defined or definite are those, and is there some wiggle room to change those specific categories?
Councilor Gondara, I'm sorry. So the question, those categories, those were just some of the public infrastructure examples that I gave, the streets, utilities, parks. But are you talking about a specific table, or are you talking about?
I'm talking about a specific table in the packet that you gave us the first time, table 3, labeled TID cost summary, operations and maintenance. So it starts off with road maintenance, parking, common area maintenance, security, drainage, and water retention. I want to know how is that like very defined at this point, and not, or not until the PUD is where we sort of determine what those things are?
Thank you, Councilor Gondara. I have the table pulled up in front of me now. I had to see what you were looking at.
I know. I'm throwing things at us that you've given us 3 weeks ago. So sorry.
That's okay. So those numbers are those are estimated numbers. I think this is the table we talked about. We would be taking out the marketing line. And so the items that are on there, what we'll also bring to council on August 17th as part of the TID packet is an operations and maintenance agreement. And that will.
Excuse me. Oh yeah, you just.
And so these items, the road, parking, common area, those will be items in the TID plan that will be operated and maintained by the developer. That is more clearly outlined in the operations and maintenance agreement. But until it's actually built, we don't know what the exact numbers will be. It'll be actuals that we need paid for, not estimated numbers.
No, of course, I'm concerned with the estimated numbers, and I understand that piece. It's in the actual description. Those headers are those things that we can negotiate at this point, or not until the PUD. And I guess why I'm asking those questions is I have some concern about security and landscaping, overhead, and administrative and management fee costs. Those are things that I would hope that we can negotiate down rather than have them. I am for parking, a parking structure, whatever that looks like, because in the blueprint of the Apodaca blueprint, we are trying to divert parking away from that Apodaca Park, right? And so that would be a great opportunity. And so I want to say that publicly. I don't think my counselors, our counselors heard that in any of these meetings. And I just want to remind them it's important to divert that public parking, because as it stands now, there really isn't any parking that's adequate or appropriate. And so keeping that parking structure or parking is super important to me. And I just want to say that publicly. For that reason, Mandy.
So Councilor Gondado, the answer to your question is yes, that can be changed. It would be something we would have to run by both the developer and the city would have to agree to.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then lastly, I have somewhat of a written statement that I wanted to share. As I expressed last week, I love this city and want people who want to do business with our city to love it, to have the kind of care and consideration that I would have. It's in my district, especially to meet our mission, right? To live, work, and play. And I heard Zach say that a few times last week. That is extremely important to me. And when I say all people, I mean all people. When you look at that community, it's so diverse. It's full of culture. There's small businesses that have been there for many, many years. So that's why it's important for me to expand those boundaries to include those areas, because I think will bring the kind of vibrancy and renovation that clearly is needed, so that we can bring all people along. Today, I think for the last few weeks, being asked to do our due diligence and spending the $46 million taxpayer dollars. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about this out-of-state person coming in, and even concerns about them philosophically and or the kind of person or business person it is. And I have to say, seeing Mr. McMillan and Jake and the gentleman who owns White Sands Construction as part of this deal, I think is really important to me. To say that, to say that this piece of land is underdeveloped is an understatement, right? I certainly want some development, and I think we're asking for there to be true transparency and bringing the public along. I've talked to individuals that aren't as vocal as many of my constituents are And one of the things that they have asked is to not leave us behind, right? That general area that I have spoken about, not leave us behind. There are people there that are living paycheck to paycheck, struggling, and still believe that there needs to be a lot of redevelopment or restructuring of very, very old infrastructure. And so I'd like to recommend, obviously, that we continue debating this, but specifically, Mayor and my colleagues is asking for an expert that re-examine the TID and give council the feedback that it needs to continue to move forward. This outside expert is someone that I've met probably about a year ago. His name is Daniel Hernandez, and I'm asking that you approve that this expert look at the TID, everything that is in front of us to move forward. And with that, Mayor, that's all I have.
Well, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I like that idea. Daniel Hernandez, I think, was brought in. He looked at some other property that we were looking to develop. That's the same one, I presume. Did he mention, have you reached out to him? Did he mention how much it would be if we were to do something like that? Yeah, I'm sure it won't be much.
I didn't reach out to him, Mayor, but I remembered the conversation and his expertise. He's been used in other places around the state, and he comes highly qualified.
I think Santa Fe uses him for either they acquired that Santa Fe College, and they're looking to develop that. And I think he's originally from New York and California. I mean, the guy's a big-time expert. So I like that idea. Let's see what the rest of the council says. Councilor Flores, you had a question or comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Ms. Gus, when we look at the resolution and the third whereas, it states that after the adoption of resolution for a public hearing regarding the formation of the district, correct? Yes. And then the first paragraph says that the petition and application will be part of the resolution. But then when you look again, I would like to focus you on the last sentence of the petition, the page 2 of the petition, 5B, the second and last sentence under 5B says that the petitioners request that the district be formed without a formation determination and a formation election. So what happens to paragraph 3? That there's going to be a public hearing regarding the formation of the district. If we incorporate this petition, they're making a request. The petitioners are making a request in the agreement. Why would there be a request in the agreement if it's an agreement to proceed in a certain manner? And what does that mean? Does that mean that there will be no public hearing regarding the formation of the district? Because we've adopted the resolution, which says that the petition has been adopted in its entirety. What happens? What happens? We then don't have a formation hearing, and we don't have those 30 to 60 days. And doesn't that negate that?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, if I'm looking at the right thing with you here, they asked to waive the election because they own the developer had all of the landowners have submitted that they're willing to waive the election for a TID, but that does not waive the public hearing. And so as I stated in the presentation, we would be looking to do a public hearing. If this passes today, we would do public input and then the actual hearing August the 10th.
But what about the actual form? Why would there have that language there then? I mean, it says, it's, the language in the petition says that that it would be formed without a formation or a formation or election. That has to do with the two people that they get to select. And why doesn't it say that if that's what it means? What exactly does that mean?
Councilor Flores, it means that it's waived. So the way that a TID is formed, it can be formed via election of all of the electors in an area, or all of the landowners can sign off saying that they waive the election. And so the petition is to waive the election because they submitted, all of the landowners had signed off on it.
Okay, so there'll still be that hearing, and okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Gus.
Thank you, Councilor. Let's see here. Next is Councilor Bencomo.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, staff, and Mr. Uyghur. Am I saying that right? And I have to ask because people get my name wrong all the time. So I want to make sure I get your name right.
That was exactly right. It's Uyghur. Yep.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate all of you, sticking with us, answering all our questions. I only have one question. I feel like my colleagues have asked great ones so far. Mr. Redfern actually reached out to me after the work session last week just because of some concerns I had raised and clarified an issue around big box stores. And I'm wondering, Mr. Redfern, if you can sort of summarize a little bit of what you told me then here during this meeting, because I thought it was important.
Certainly. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, Jake Redfern. One of the issues that Councilor Bencomo brought up last work session was the idea or thought that maybe big box retail would come in and dominate this thing. And I talked to several other people, including Carrie Hamlin over at the Green Chamber, about the impact on local business. Mayor, I think you got some letters from adjacent property owners that maybe get read during this portion of the meeting. But what I can send the rest of the group is a little bit of an overview of all the big box retail we have in Las Cruces right now that's vacant. You guys probably read it in the newspaper or see articles daily where retailers are filing bankruptcy and there's available opportunities. We've had the Kmart on North Main listed for 2.5 years. The Sears is empty in the mall. JCPenney's filed bankruptcy. The Fallas on Loman, even though they're open or in business, is on the market. So the idea that somehow there's going to be a big box development here where there's 80, 100,000 square foot users is it just doesn't work. The economics of the deals don't work. Until those things get backfilled or used by somebody else, we're not going to be able to build new in this market for anything of that size. So that's one point I made. The second point is the type of development that we're pushing here with the Apodaca blueprint doesn't lend itself to big box retail. The idea is mixed use. It's smaller retail, a lot of service-based stuff, which is not going to be the 80 to 100,000 square foot users that you see. There's only about a handful developing around the country of any size. And so, if there's any concerns or questions about that, I certainly can share studies that our office does internally that shows the amount of retail space on the market and what's available out there to cure anybody's concerns or questions. Or if you guys are getting questions from your constituents about it as well, I'd be glad to share that with anybody who wants it.
Thank you, Mr. Redfern. I really appreciate you. That was certainly really helpful for me to understand and sort of clicked a bunch of things for me. I don't really have any other questions. I just have a couple statements I wanted to make. I think what Mayor Pro Tem Gandara said was regarding this third party person, I think helps me feel more comfortable moving forward with this vote for sure. I think, so I also support that very much. I don't know if, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if there needs to be some sort of amendment to this or not, but I think that's, to me, very important. I will say, though, that I think there's this principle that we use in community organizing that says there's no permanent enemy, there's no permanent ally, only permanent self-interest. And I think when we consider a situation like this where perhaps the developers have a different self-interest than ours, certainly perhaps than, I'll speak for myself, than my own, but the outcome can be potentially the same, right? It can be investment in our communities. It can be investment in a land that is a place that is clearly underutilized. and that could really help revitalize a part of town that has, like Mayor Pro Tem said, perhaps been left behind. And so all I can do, right, is take your word and move forward with this as good and transparent partners. I will say that I think it's important when, you know, I was reached out to by a developer, a person who owns property in District 4, who really wanted to invest in this community and just wanted to talk through staff about some of these potential opportunities. And I just really appreciated coming to the table to have a conversation. And they were also from out of town. So it's not really a thing that we can control. If there are people who bought property and land in Las Cruces, that's not something we can necessarily control. And that's just the reality. So how do we best move forward, understanding all pieces? So I hope also that, Mr. Uyghur, you understand why on our end, certainly for me as a new counselor, it's important to dot all the I's and cross all the T's before making such big decisions. So, you know, those are just the little things I wanted to say, Mr. Mayor, but I do hope we move forward with this Daniel Hernandez person. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for bringing that up.
Good. Councilor Beta-Stuvey.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, as well. I am also in favor of that third party. You know, when looking at this property, I want to see it grow. I want to see it succeed and bring life into the community again. But I also want to make sure, well, that we're not leaving out the community that's already there, that have invested their money, their lives, they have their homes in the area. So I want to make sure that we're very specific after this, should this pass, to have the intent that we look at those things and make sure that we are not leaving behind the community that is already there. Mr. Redfern, I would like to see some of that data on retail spaces. One of the biggest issues that I have and concerns is when you all did this project, it was before we had a public health emergency, and we know that life has changed in dramatic ways. How we do business is changing, obviously. And so I'd love to be able to see that data to make sure that we are just taking those factors into consideration. I know that I had reached out to you, Mr. Redfern, but we weren't able to connect before because I had some of those similar questions to get answered, because I think it's important that we have to realize that things are going to be a little bit different, and we do have businesses that are having to think of different ways that they operate, and the at-home version, other than having retail spaces, is going to be a factor in a lot of those. So what types of plans and how are we going to utilize these spaces to make sure that they're filled and we're not just building a bunch of more empty spaces, or just people are shifting over? Because I know we're going to have a little bit of that shift over, but it will start impacting our general funds if we have more than that 15%. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Flores, do you have a question? Or forget to put your hand down?
No, I didn't forget to put my hand down. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a comment that I will be voting no on today's resolution. I don't agree with Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Gandara or anyone. And the reason for it is because primarily, again, you know, this is, in my opinion, yes, there's a TID statute, and I don't know if it's been litigated or not. I haven't seen the exact language, but there's just something not quite right with encumbering the city, the taxes it would collect on any other private business going up. And say there is housing, say these developers were to build housing, quote, public housing, or quote, affordable housing, unquote. Where would the money come from to pay into the school systems and set all that up? I just have a problem with this private TID. Our public TID, I think, is working out. And I say I think because it just appears to be that way. We don't hear any rumblings from anybody. But yes, I am going to vote no. I think we should just nip it in the bud. I don't think this private TID doesn't belong anywhere in our city. The particular things here, I don't think that we should be subsidizing a private enterprise. And someone said to me, but these are pros, they really know what they're doing. And my response to that is, well, if they're pros, then they know how to take this baby off the ground and go with it on their own. I don't think that our tax dollars should contribute to this and encumber it at what is it, years and decades. So I don't really want it. I personally have already made up my mind. I don't want to hear anything else about it. I think we've spent too much time on it, and I do appreciate the efforts that our staff have made. And I appreciate the possibility of someone wanting to invest in our city, but this is not the kind of investment we need. And it's really, I mean, they just have, they know it's not going to be a big box thing, but there's just too much. There's just too much at stake here. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councilor. So I see you're undecided.
Definitely. Thank you.
Just kidding. Councilor Sorg. Councilor Sorg.
Okay, just wait. It takes time for these electronics to move through the cyberspace. I got a couple of questions, of course, but I just wondered with the talk of a big box and whatnot in this development, has the whole council got a look at the PUD, the planned unit development for this that is being proposed so far? Yeah, there's no room for a big box in that planned unit development. Jake is right. That's true. I suggest that the councilors do take a look at that. It gives you a better idea rather than that little tiny map they show in their application, which gives not very much detail. It is a good PUD. It's well planned out. It has all the new urbanism and smart growth principles in it, and I'd be glad to see it built that way. That's really important. It's a really good thing. There's a couple of things here I've been hearing you all talk about, and I have some questions. But first of all, let me get something straight. If this should happen to pass today, and it comes back in August, can we make amendments to it then, Mandy?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, this is Mandy Gus. Yes, just like any other resolution, you can make amendments at a meeting.
We could make a lot of changes maybe in August.
You could make amendments. Yes.
Are we any limited in the changes we make?
Councilor Sorg, I think you can make changes. The question would be whether or not the developer would agree to them.
Yeah, of course, I understand. So that's good to know. Another thing, if we add Solano, Madrid, and Apodaca Park, that's nice, and certainly they could use some improvement, Mayor Pro Tem, I agree with you. But I'd like to know what you want to do with those, which is what it would amount, how much money. If it's just simply resurfacing the street, for example, we've got a fund that does that already, and that's on a schedule, and that'll be done. But if it's something more, I don't know what else you could do to a street. I'd like to hear the ideas that you and the staff have that could be done to those three areas.
Mayor.
Oh,
yes.
David.
This is David Dahlon. Mr. Mayor, the issue, and Councilor Sorg, David Dahlon for the record, the issue that we have on Solano is the intersection with Madrid. Essentially, that northernmost traffic signal with Madrid needs to be moved about 100 feet north. It will allow for us to improve the timing. If you generally know where the old Victoria's bar and club was, at the southern end of that parcel, right there is where around where that signal needs to be, and then we would do something else on that road coming from Main Street, from Madrid, coming from Main Street east towards Solano. We would do something there in front of that shopping center to change the movement onto the street. It's really about the traffic signal. It's not so much about the street.
Yeah, okay. I don't know how you'd enter Apodaca Park then if you take that intersection out.
We're not necessarily taking the intersection out. How we're doing is we're redirecting. The traffic would probably come to a stop at a stop sign, and free flow movement through Solano between the two signals. It really changes just how the traffic comes to a stop and makes right or left turns, because we have a bunch of cross streets like Juniper and Poplar, and not Poplar so much, but Mulberry, for an example, that come to that intersection, and you stop at a stop sign on Mulberry before you make the turn onto Madrid onto Solano as appropriate.
Okay, good. That sounds good. So when I look at the overall plan, to me, I think of the anti-donation clause in our state law. It says that you can't use public monies for private use, unless there is an economic benefit to the public as a whole. And as we know, we give businesses that move here that provide new employment. The latest one, as I can recall, was the pipe manufacturing company that came here. They're going to employ quite a few people, and they're going to sell their pipes to the oil fields, which we don't have here in Las Cruces. Good example of that. So I'm looking at this project to see what kind of public benefit we're going to get from this. And yeah, you can say that it's going to increase the aesthetics of the area to have that developed instead of what you have here. You might have a political reason, yeah. But when it comes down to it, I just don't see the benefits adding up enough to get to that $40+ million figure. And so and to me, that's just using public money for the benefit of a private company, person, what have you. And it's been proven that, it's been shown, I shouldn't say proven, it's been shown the amount of new jobs will be minimal for this project. So we're not going to hardly get any new jobs there. So what's left? You just have those aesthetic ideas that we've been talking about somewhat. Okay. There are still, here's two things I want to mention. There are still other options that can help a developer. The city can help a developer. And as I mentioned before, a volunteer assessment district, it's been used in the Metro Verde area. It can be used here, and it works very well. And that way, we're not using tax money, the people's money, to build a development. And so that's something I would encourage the developers to go for. And of course, there's other incentives the city has too for infill and the opportunity zone. You add them all up, they start coming up to quite a chunk of help that can be for the development there. The external economic development consultant, I'm all for that. I would like to have, like Mayor Pro Tem Gondaro said, have an external, non-biased consultant that understands these things and have them go through this too. Okay.
Councilor Sorg, it looks like David Dullahan wanted to jump in real quick. Do you mind pausing for a moment?
I don't mind. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I will, David Dullahan for the record. And Councilor Sorg, I will point out to you that the voluntary assessment district in the Metro Verde area is using public funds. We had to pledge our tax revenues to finance that development, and we only get paid back when he sells the lots at the development. and he's actually, Metro Verde causes extra work for us. We have to do the procurement on his design and manage the construction project. That wouldn't happen in a TID. The other thing is I will add to this, the TID is an exemption from the anti-donation clause under the New Mexico Constitution. Otherwise, the legislature wouldn't have been able to create it. It is there for that purpose. And there's been plenty of private benefit in the city's downtown TID. We've put in the public infrastructure. We took out Main Street that was a pedestrian mall to put it in as a street and the plaza so that hopefully the private businesses around downtown will invest in their properties and improve their properties. So don't think our city downtown TID hasn't served as a private benefit to the private owners, because it has. It does, and it has. So don't confuse those issues because they're not. And just for the record, for Metro Verde, we did pledge city state shared gross receipts tax through bond issuance, and he's paying us back. It is taxable bonds, and we're having to do more work than we would have to do for this development, because once they get their land use approval, they'll come in with their own private contractors to build the street. The city is having to procure all of that construction at Metro Verde for the projects that are covered under that VAT. So there are pros and cons with both of these.
Right.
I would argue from a staff perspective, the VAT has cost us more work at the city staff level because we're having to do that procurement.
Thank you. That helps a lot to explain the differences, and I appreciate that a lot. But I still see the end result is that the VAT is paying the city back, where the TID is not paying the city back, except for a new development. That's still the big difference in my mind. So Mayor, I would like to propose an amendment.
Well, Councilor, can you wait until we get through all the discussion, if you don't mind, and then?
Yeah, I thought I was the last one.
Well, I haven't asked any questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I still got public. We still have public comment too.
Okay. That's it. That's it for now, Mayor. I'll reserve some time later.
Okay, but I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you
for your amendment. Mandy, did you have? Okay, did you have something you wanted to say?
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilor Sorg, just the one item you brought up, the anti-donation clause. The money in the TID goes to pay for public infrastructure. So it's not money that's just going to the private developer. The city is receiving something for that money, and those are the public infrastructure that's being built.
Well, let me answer. I just don't understand how you don't see that this tax money will end up in the developer's pocket. In the meantime, no, it builds that infrastructure. You're entirely right. But when he leases or sells that property, that money ends up in their coffers. You don't see that, huh?
Well,
Councilor Sorg, at the end of the project, those public infrastructures or the public infrastructure actually is given back to the city, and so we own it. So
you own it. When I say the end, I mean when all the properties are leased out or sold, that's the end.
Right, but the city will then own the streets and the utilities and all of that infrastructure.
Yeah. Except I think in the proposal, didn't they say they were going to maintain 2 or 3 of the streets, the smaller streets?
They will continue to operate.
To do the Main Street through?
They will continue to operate and maintain them, but they will be owned by the city. The exception to that would be the parking lot, the public parking at the end of its useful life. Then the city, we would own it through its useful life, and at the end of its useful life, the city would not own it any longer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. Although I will say this with all due respect, Councilor Sorg, between the special assessment district that we did and this, I think the special assessment district was a little bit more riskier. But anyways, let me just ask Mandy a couple questions. Okay, so Mandy and Zach, if you need to jump in, please do so. if I recall, the total build out in 25 years with all the different buildings that they had projected, or it was about 350 million. Is that was that the amount that they were using?
450.
450. Now, the 42 million of infrastructure, that included 21 million of excuse me, and the one who responded to that was Zach, right? Zach Uyghur?
Yes, Uyghur.
I need you to please state your name when you answer or say something. 42 million, but that included 21 million for the garage. Is that correct?
Correct. That's
okay,
so, the project. And if there's no garage built, then the money's not spent.
Okay. So, and then I think you said you were going to be spending immediately if you were to move forward $12 million or something in that neighborhood.
Yeah, I think to do the interchange that we need to do in the infrastructure and public spaces is about 12 million is what the initial investment would be.
Okay. And then if I remember correctly, right now, the area in question is bringing in a roughly 38,000 in revenues to the city based on the gross receipts tax and I guess property taxes as well, give or take. 38,000.
Yeah, the baseline for the taxes is 38,000.
And so that will continue to come to the city, and then that's the baseline, and then anything above that, then it's going to be split up 70-30 or however you guys decide. You know what was decided, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when it's been discussed that you will eventually get your money back for the infrastructure that you put in, if you put in 21 million, it's only fair to say you're only going to get 21 million back, right? If you put in 42 million, you get 42 million back.
Yes, we have to put in the money to get it back. We have to spend it, and then we get reimbursed.
So my question would be, at what point would you, let's just say I know the hospital's already been built now, and that's 35 million. Let's say you build, at what point? Sorry?
60.
Oh, 60. I'm sorry, 60. It's a beautiful structure. I didn't mean to slide up there. Okay, so at what point are you expecting to get your, let's say 21 million for this purposes of discussion back? Is that after the complete build out, halfway build out, a fourth of the build out, or as soon as possible?
So with the hospital there's already going to be property tax coming out. Obviously there's gross receipts tax on everything we build, plus ongoing gross receipts tax for sales. Mm-hmm. It depends upon how fast we build everything. So I think we need to build about $12 million worth of infrastructure to have all the roads, intersections, and the improvements that need to be done so we can put projects there. And then going forward, we really, unless there's some parking lots or things like that, everything else after that's just operation and maintenance to maintain the roads, the parking, the landscaping that's in to improve. That's only in the right of way. It's not for private landscaping. This is only like the islands and the roads and that kind of landscaping. So everything is being spent publicly. So the faster we build and the more tax increment we create, the faster we can pay it off.
Okay, so help me, if you would, to alleviate some of the concerns that what assurances do we have? Because obviously, let me just say this. I like your project, okay? I do. And I'm willing to support it. Although I do like what Mayor Pro Tem Gandara came up, because I've only done one TID. Even though I've been involved in city government for long and local government for a long time, I've only been really involved in one. And that's our own TID where we act as board members. So having someone else take a look at it, another set of eyes that's a very sophisticated real estate person that's not connected to any of us doesn't. I don't have a problem with that, but we can't necessarily direct that today. That's something there that I can't see it costing a whole lot of money. That's probably something within the city manager's authority. So that's for another discussion here. But what assurance could you give members of the public that that you're going to continue on with this $40 million build out? Now, granted, that's 25 years, or I think that's what you said, 25 years. And you're not going to just wait until you get your money back on the infrastructure cost, whether it's 12 million, whether it's 21 million. and then you're gone.
So a couple things. I think we can show, if you want to hire, you can hire any third-party consultant you want. That's fine. I just, so everyone knows, the city did engage third-party legal and a third-party finance person that we funded, but they hired them to oversee this. So it was looked at by professionals that do this in the state of New Mexico on their behalf. So that's been done. I can show you numbers based on the hospital and what we plan to build in phase 1 that will easily cover the cost of the $12 million of the infrastructure as it's financed. So, I mean, I can say I won't even do the infrastructure until I have these projects that will move forward. So the difference between the one we've done is we've already.
I'm sorry, what did you just say, that your last sentence you just said?
So I can show you our build out plan and say, okay, if you want to make sure we're covering our infrastructure costs, the payment on our infrastructure costs, so you're protecting the city, which is what you should do, between the property tax and GRT tax, I can show you what we've already built and what we will build will cover that infrastructure cost payment day one. So when we put in the roads, we already have plans to start our apartments and some senior living day one when we do it. All that, when that's built, will cover the bond.
Well, no, it's not that. I guess what I'm trying to get at is what's appealing to me is this, several years ago, there was a company called, I want to say it was called CITE, C-I-T-E. It was, they were going to build a $1 billion investment near Las Cruces. And it was, they were going to build like a vacant city to test all these different things. And we were in the running for it. I don't know if it even came to fruition. But what I'm trying to get at is $450 million is a tremendous impact to the city. Huge. A lot of ancillary jobs that come with it, a lot of permanent jobs that come with it, the land value, everything is just would increase. Those homes in this country club area will be very sought after. People want to renovate them. Everything. It will touch on a lot. But what I'm trying to get at is what assurance, though, and I understand what you just said, but what assurance do we have that you're going to actually go forward and continue to build on that and not just have your infrastructure, build another $60 million and that's enough to cover your investment and then you're done. And you tell Randy or Jake, say, hey, well, good luck selling that stuff. And, I've got my money. I'm not saying you're going to do that, but what assurance do you now? Let me ask you this. Would you consider if 450 is the total 100% build out, and if you build out half of that, 225 million, you only get half of your infrastructure costs back until at such time it's commensurate with the percentage of build out, then that's the percentage of reimbursement of your infrastructure costs. Is that something you would even consider?
So I think, Mayor, if we show you some numbers, so let's say you are borrowing at 3% right now on the $12 million we do for infrastructure, over a 25-year period, your loan constant's 5%, right? So your basically annual payment is about what, $600,000 a year, something like that, close to $600,000 a year. I can show you just with our first couple phase of projects that will already cover that. So you're going to have a whole bunch. If we build 450 million, it'll cover that payment on that bond 4 or 5 times. And so you'll have a pot of money at some point, which I said on our last call, if it gets to a certain amount of reserve, we'll let that flow back to the city. We can only use it for public improvements. So we pay for all the improvements. So this is why I'm lost on what Councilor Sorg keeps saying. We pay for all those improvements out of our pocket. We owe the debt. So it's in my best interest, unless I want to ruin my credit, which I don't, if you want to look at our website, we own a couple $1 billion worth of things. I don't think I would do that over $12 million. We owe that money back. So we pay for it. We borrow the money. We have to build the buildings in order to create the increment to pay for it, to get it paid back. So it's in our best interest to build stuff. I mean, we should put no infrastructure in unless we're planning on building other buildings, which we are. And if you see our PUD, which to me, it doesn't make sense to do the PUD before the TID, because if we don't have a TID, it'll greatly change what our build out plan would look like. It'd be onesie, twosie buildings versus a planned development.
During the work session, you mentioned that you would be okay not even to start the TID until the PUD has been approved and you're moving forward with that.
So that's part of this. To move this forward, this is just a resolution of formation. This is not approving the TID today. If we can get another month and a half, I think, and if you guys want to hire this third-party consultant, whatever you want to do, I'm happy to sit down and go over the numbers with them. Like I said, all the numbers that were submitted to the city were done by a third-party consultant. These are not our numbers.
I know. I hear you. And with all due respect, when we buy a building, exclude this, but when we're looking to purchase a building, like right now, we may want to buy it from another government. Well, they're going to pay for an appraisal, and then we're going to hire an appraiser. We're not going to let them hire the appraiser and then we pay it. We're not going to do that.
So no, I'm saying what we did is, this is what happened. We hired a third-party financing consultant, right? They put together the economic impact of this. The city had their third-party finance consultant look at it, make comment, and our guy made adjustments. So it's already been looked at by two parties. I guess my point is that this will cover what the infrastructure costs are as far as the TID. Will cover it multiple times over if we build the 450 million. We may never even spend more than 12 million. We may never ever finance more than 12 million of infrastructure. If it doesn't take more than that to build it, we won't finance it. We owe the money. It's just debt to us.
No, I get that, but and maybe and I think the majority, and we can't, like I said, we can't approve it here, but I think the majority, from what I gathered from council, wouldn't mind moving forward, and with another person to just take a look at it, because I'm no expert in this. I've never, like I said, I've only done one, and that was our own. And so this is the first step for us. But I guess the reason why I'm a little hesitant is because, and kind of along the lines of some of my colleagues, is what assurance do we have? Because you will be one of the first developers that gets their infrastructure reimbursed. Okay, most developers, when they build the infrastructure, and maybe you're used to it, very expensive. I know in California they can't really do it because it's so expensive to put everything in there because they require everything. But most developers, when they build here, like there's a subdivision going on in District 6, Councilor Flores' district, the developer pays for all the infrastructure, builds the sewer, builds the roads, builds the curbs, the cutter, multi-use, and then they just turn over to the city. The street lights, everything. That's part of what their development costs, but land is cheap enough where they can get it, they can finance it all, they can put it in the cost of the lot. When they sell the lot, then that's why developers risk a lot of money when they go and do this. Randy's done that in some of his development. We've never reimbursed him for some of his. He built a really nice casitas out there, a beautiful place. It's huge, but those are the risks that developers do. Yours is different. That's why I'm looking for the assurance. What assurance do we have that you're going to actually do this 450 million build out to get this money reimbursed? And that's the $64,000 question. And so
if you hire this financial consultant, we can sit down with them and say, here's what we would need to build based on the tax basis in Las Cruces today to cover any money that we would spend in infrastructure.
Yeah, and that's where
it's just a formula of math. You just do some math and you can say, okay, here's what we need assessments in GRT and property tax, right, in order to cover that cost. We'd be happy to say, yeah, we won't spend money on public infrastructure above what our cost of our assessed taxes will be. I'm happy to do that.
Oh, okay. Now, the only other thing, Zach, and I say this with all due respect, I don't know if we're going to do this, if it falls within the city manager's authority, he can do it quickly. But I don't know if we're going to be able to hit that exact timeline, okay? But earlier in our work session, you had once said, well, you could sit on it for years. I'm not suggesting sitting on it for years, and then also I confirmed from you that you were not under any timeline for this opportunity zone because I just thought you were. But you said you weren't. So in the event, it should actually bleed over for the next round. Instead of you're trying to hit the July round and it may have to go to the January round. I hope that's not a deal breaker. I just hope you understand that we're trying to do our diligence here for the betterment of all, yourselves, ourselves, the city, the residents, the neighbors, everybody.
Yeah.
And
I hope, Mary, for the record, I just want to be clear, is we engaged the city back in October 2018 when we got involved in the hospital. We had a meeting in January of 2019. I do have a time frame that I could give Councilor Vasquez, which had every meeting that I actually went to Las Cruces and attended, of all the meetings that we came to Las Cruces and attended for this. So we followed the process we thought we were supposed to follow. And
Yes,
I think the city has done a great job, and I think they haven't gotten enough credit for all the people they engaged in, all the learning curve they've been on to do it. But I think also you have to look at is all these consultants and everything that everyone wants to do. The city did their job and hired these folks to go through this already. I mean, they hired a law firm to negotiate on their behalf that had done TIDs in other parts of New Mexico. I mean, they hired the right folks that know how all these work. And so we're happy to say, hey, well, you know, if you're willing to hit the TID timeline that we're on today, we're happy to have the PUD or the land planning be something that we can't get any TID dollars back until the land planning is approved, which buys everyone more time. There's just a 6-month lag that happens every time you don't hit a date with the state. And so to sit here and promise I'll do today, you know, 6 months from now, the market's the market, right? Most cities that we're working with right now, because of COVID and things that happen, we say we're going to go build a $400 million project. They're like, please, we'll give you anything.
I hear you. And, you know, Zach, you know, you're a boss. You control, many people work under you. And, you know, everybody, I always tell this, everybody has a boss, and we have a boss, and our boss is the public. It's the electorate. It's the public that you know, gives us a 4-year job, and then we come up for evaluation. If they want us, they keep us. If, you know, if not, they throw us to the curb. You know, it's just that simple. And so we'll do our best. Trust me. At least I will, and I'm sure those that are supportive of it will as well.
Yeah.
So
I think between now and the August 17th or the public hearing August 10th, a lot can be learned. And if there is ability to hire a third-party consultant, I'm all for it. We're happy to talk to anyone. Like I said, these numbers were vetted by a financial group that we hired and a financial group you guys hired. So we're happy to go through those numbers. And I think people also need to remember we did make a $60 million investment in your town already.
Yeah,
So
no. Believe me, that definitely was huge.
The hospital is part of this too. The other thing, Mayor, too, is I believe some people wrote some letters of the business people that are
right, and we're going to read that. Right. We're going to get to that. Yeah, so, David Dollahan, Assistant Manager, wants to make a comment, and I'm going to read those comments. David Dollahan.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, and Mandy, I'll ask Mandy to join me to correct anything I say. There's a couple things you need to remember. There's a TID plan that has to be approved as part of this. And if they don't follow the plan, they don't get the reimbursement on the money. Now, they can go through the process to amend the plan, but that requires your approval as the council, again, not just the TID board, but the council has to approve that the plan amendment on the whole. That's one of your assurances. The other assurance is that they have to go through the land use process. We're all talking about a PUD, and I would caution you that that's still a formal process that you have to go through, and there's certain entitlement rights that the property owner has, schedules and so forth that we're committed to meeting, and he's made a compromise on this application that until that land use decision is finalized, he won't receive any reimbursement. So again, he's fronting the money. The other thing is they can go through the land use process. If the development market changes, whatever, it's not the right time, things occur, and a deeper, greater recession occurs in the country and so forth, things could change. If he gets final approval on a PUD or whatever land use decision is ultimately decided, if he needs to change that, or if he walks away and another developer has to pick that up, they have to follow that development rules, or they have to go back through the land use process again to amend those plans or to rezone the property to something else. So you, as city council, have the ultimate authority. And worst case scenario is they do something different. They don't get the TID, they do something different, or they get the TID and it doesn't work out. You can rescind the TID and they still have development processes that you have to approved through the land use development process. And then a developer can come in and say, well, I'm just going to do it conventionally, and I'm going to get it built using private financing and dedicate the streets. So there are opportunities along the way for all these parties to walk away because something doesn't work out. We don't see that with this application. We've done what we feel at the staff level is a due diligence, but no process is perfect. And again, this is our first, and I know that we will be having a debrief after this process to learn some things, because we have. But there are assurances to you as the council, because you have to approve both the TID plan and you have to approve their final land use decision, because right now it's zoned for single family residential, the entire site excluding the hospital. No one wants single family residential there. Who would want single family housing next to Solano and US Highway 70 or North Main Street? So there's a lot of planning that has gone on, and there's more planning coming your way with his land use application. So keep that in mind. This is the beginning, or a very long beginning, to a longer process that needs to be completed. And you have to be careful, because the land use processes have appeal rights and court rights that the developer and private parties have a right to. So you have to be careful to keep the TID and the land use issues separate, because there are appeal rights that others are afforded to in that land use process. So that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. Councilor Sorg, did you have a comment, or did you forget to put your hand down?
No, I did not forget to put my hand down.
Okay, well, before you start, looks like David jumped in real quick. David Maestas. Well, yeah, you never know. David Maestas, you had something you need to say?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I actually had a question, clarification, and potentially a suggestion for council. As you're talking about timelines for this third-party review, one of the things that our purchasing department will have to do is they'll have to reach out to Mr. Hernandez and assure that he is registered as a vendor, or the ability to contract with the city, and check his background and credentials for that. The next thing would be the actual review itself. Is the council considering or would like for him to simply do a review of the financial analysis that has already taken place, or look at the analysis that was done both by the city and by the developer? If that's the case, that may move quite a bit quicker and help us with the timeline. If not, if council wants a full review, well, then that will obviously be more expensive and will take a little bit longer for that to take place as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll defer to Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. Let me get to Councilor Sorg. I'll swing back to Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, if you don't mind, and then we'll answer that question. Councilor Sorg.
I simply want an unbiased person that is nobody in the game to give us the opinion that, is this good for the public or is it not? Is it give us the city benefits that's worth $40+ million or not? And that's the simple answer, all I want. And so I wanted to tell everyone one little difference that's not been said yet between this Royal Crossing TID and the downtown Main Street TID. The downtown Main Street TID, the developer is us, the city of Las Cruces. You see, that's the big difference in my mind between the two TIDs who we're comparing. And I still want to do an amendment.
Okay, we're not there yet.
Amendment?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah. Looks like, before I get to you, Councilor Vasquez, if you don't mind, I'm just going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Gandara real quick, just so that we can kind of get an idea, if that's all right with you. And Zach, let me just ask you something. I don't know if you're a parent or not, but this is kind of like, when you tell your kids something and they don't really pay attention, and then they come up to you later and say, "Hey, Dad, I heard this from so," and you're thinking, I've told you that a million times, and you have to hear from somebody else. And it's not that we don't trust what you're saying or staff. It's just we want to move that we're doing best practice, and sometimes it takes a completely different person who has knowledge and says, "Yeah, this is best practice here. You're not going to get this, this, and this, and this. You're expecting way too much." Something like that. all it takes is, and anyway, so let me just ask Mayor Pro Tem Gonda if she was just looking for them to review what's already been presented, or, you know, a full-blown analysis. Mayor Pro Tem, are you there?
No, yes, I am here. Hello. Thank you
What were you thinking?
Mayor Mihigashima. But anyway, all kidding aside, no, it was someone to re-examine all the work that has been presented to us today, be it the financial, the legal, and the land, especially the land, and an analysis on terms of the economic benefit. What would that look like? I think Zach has been kind enough to listen and be a part of this process, but also make himself available to this person. So it's an analysis that is unbiased, because I continue to hear from the economic development. They have their own, you know, the set of standards or their goals, if you will. And I'm new to this, and I'm trying to learn as quickly as I can to make the best decision. So it's an extra part in the due diligence process, I think. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so David, then it probably would go kind of quick. David Maestas.
Yes, sir. Mayor, thank you. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that clarification. That definitely will help the timeline very much. It'll also help the process when we do the review with Mr. Hernandez as well. So thank you for that clarification.
If I may, to my colleagues, just read some of this public comment, and then it may answer, or it may trigger some additional questions, if that's okay. And then I'll start with Councilor Sorg, Vasquez, and Bencomo. Is that all right?
Yes.
All right. So let's just, let me just go here. Councilor Sorg, this is a 2-for-1 here. I'll let you talk because I cannot get his email, but apparently former Mayor Ruben Smith sent an email, and he jokingly says that I blocked him, which I didn't. Can you read it? I think he said that you received it. You're muted.
Yeah, let me look.
Okay.
It'll take a second here.
I would never block him.
No, I know. There was an email that we got from somebody that it just didn't come through. It was labeled not spam, something like.
Here, I'll read what I've got, and then you look for Ruben's, okay?
Okay, go.
All right, so this one, this one's from William Neverett. It says, my name is William Neverett, and I've represented investors in Las Cruces since 2005. And I'm also a current property owner and manager of properties across the street from the proposed new development on the former Las Cruces Country Club property. We've been hopeful that the infill project across the street would create economic opportunities for the citizens of Las Cruces, as well as improve commerce in the North Valley, specifically near the former Las Cruces Country Club. I never thought that the Las Cruces Country Club would remain vacant and be so unproductive for the city for the past 7 years. I'm surprised to learn that so many people have attempted to develop the land with little success over the years. I know that current ownership finally built a new hospital and medical office building. This is a huge feat and not without a lot of risk, which should be fully supported by the city to ensure a viable redevelopment. Moreover, the city should fully embrace the project and provide its full cooperation, make sure all of the improvements are completed. I know the property is a fairly large development for Las Cruces, and I've learned the current owner, Goldenrod, has the resources to ensure the project is completed, which should be an enormous benefit to not only the city, but Doña Ana County as well. The alternative is that the project remains at a standstill, benefiting no one, and this reality usually translates into an awareness that nothing gets done, and as a result, that city suffers both in the short and long term. Especially in these trying times, the city of Las Cruces should welcome the commitment and vision of a developer such as Goldenrod with the financial resources to bring about a viable and sustainable development that is long overdue, will be long-lasting, financially sound, and will make its citizens proud to know its leaders are planning its advance into the 21st century. A project like the redevelopment of the Las Cruces Club can help place Las Cruces more squarely on the map and will attract the best and brightest and would complement a region that has so much already going for it. Please read my comments during the public input at your next meeting and call me if you have any questions. Sincerely, Bill William Neverett. And then this one here is from Jeff Steinborn. It says, good afternoon, council. As you consider your course of action for the TID today, I'd like to suggest more time is needed to evaluate the proposal, reasonable amendments, or alternatives. Here are some of my concerns and suggestions. One, remove the $1 million a year for subsidized private management fees, landscaping, and more. Two, establish an independent team to review the proposal and offer ideas for improvement and or attractive alternatives. Three, any new plan should establish appropriate sequencing of development of public infrastructure and amenities to ensure high return on investment, public investment occurs. Thank you for your consideration, State Senator Jeff Steinborn. This one here is from Ian Lamb. Mayor, I'm reaching out to issue my support for the TID application at the former Las Cruces Country Club site. I own property located at 2500 North Main, which sits adjacent to the proposed project. I have owned and operated a business here for many years and believe that this project will help all businesses and properties along North Main and Solano. I hope that the developers are looking for ways to bring a unique development to Las Cruces. With the age of the properties in the immediate area, we could use a shot in the arm to help bring new business in town and benefit us that already have small businesses here. Thank you for your time. I urge you and council to support the TID and move this project forward. Could you present this email on my behalf at the meeting today? Thank you. We have one here from Vince Jeffers, which I'm not going to read because this is really, in my opinion, very libelous. Okay, did you find that comment from Mayor Smith?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I found his email, and I'm afraid it's blank. It says detection HTML/fraud EK Trojan, and there's no body to the message.
There you go. That's why we don't get it.
Mayor, I have the email. Would you like me to read it?
Sure, of course. Can you just state your name again, Zach?
Zach Wieger.
Okay.
Developer. Dear Mayor and City Council, I come to you as a lifelong resident of Las Cruces, as business owner and former mayor. Having lived here when I recall a community of 17,000 residents and seen it grow into a metropolitan city has been an incredible experience. I truly believe together we have grown to become one of the nicest places to live anywhere in the nation. I couldn't believe that I actually listened to your last work session on the Country Club TID for 5 hours, even though it was my wife's birthday. I can't believe that either. I listened to all the presentations and in particular the concerns of the mayor and the city council. It sounded like to me that the developer had been working with the mayor and staff for most part of a year. Unfortunately, some of the council had not been apprised of the development until recently. Consequently, the questions were very valid. It sounded like the developer and staff had answers to all of your concerns, but unfortunately didn't have the opportunity of responding prior to the work session. As a property owner, I belong to the TID for the downtown area. I'm also a property owner immediately across the street from the Country Club development. It should be apparent that it takes a considerable amount of time to find someone who is interested in developing the land, in this case, over 7 years. I must say that if the new hospital is any indication of the caliber of the development, we should feel very fortunate. During this pandemic time, I can't believe that there would be very many people wanting to invest in any development. But when I could gather in listening, I believe it would behoove you to move the project pending approval of the PUD. This would give the city time to work on any details and concerns, but at the same time move the process along so the project can continue. Thank you for your time and consideration. Listening to my feedback. Sincerely, Ruben A. Smith.
Thank you, Zach. Okay, so that was public comment, and now I'm going to go to Councilor Sorg, Councilor Vasquez, Councilor Bencomo, and then also I believe Commissioner Reynolds is on the meeting, and I'll ask if he has any comments as well. So, Councilor Sorg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to say one more time, the plan unit development of this place is very, very good. I hope when it gets built, it comes out similar to that. And I just want to make one more comment about benefits to the city. If I could see some affordable housing in this development, that would help a lot. But it has to be a significant amount, though. Just a couple places may not be enough. But anyway, in any case, I would like to make an amendment that says that we do.
Councilor, we still got Councilor Vasquez and Bencomo.
Well, you know I was going to do an amendment. Sure, go ahead.
Well, because, you know.
Bencomo.
Yeah, I'd like for amendments to be like the last thing. So
yes, that'll be good.
Yeah, Councilor Vasquez and then Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for all the incredible due diligence on the questions asked today and the scrutiny of this project. Like most of us here, I wasn't part even of the original TID that was done at the downtown, but I did know that when the political forces came together along with the private investment to redevelop the downtown, we made it happen because we prioritized it as a city and we valued this particular place as a as a gathering and community space where we wanted to see business and a more vibrant community. And so I want to make sure we're placing that same value on infill development where low and mid-income people live. We've talked about the El Paseo and Solano corridors just recently and how we really want to bring a plan together to redevelop those areas as buildings begin to go vacant, right? As property owners that are perhaps absent don't take care of their properties and weeds are growing everywhere and vandalism starts to occur and before you know it, it becomes a very undesirable place to live for many people. And so I don't want to miss opportunities for us as a city to redevelop these places inside our city. We just have master plan communities popping up all over the West Mesa and the East Mesa and previously on the West Mesa. And that's great, right? Because people enjoy the quality of life that you get with all the amenities that developers are putting in place now, and due diligence and, and the city that, we demand those things to happen. But when we have opportunities to develop places like this inside the city, we really need to look at those opportunities carefully. 7 years of this, according to so many people, this very desirable place that, if it wasn't for Mr. Wiegert, others would invest in, hasn't happened for 7 years. I don't want to wait for another 7 years. I don't want to see our places inside the city continue to go into disrepair or into blight. And so I think, there's some terms perhaps that Mr. Wiegert would be amenable to in terms of the city doing its due diligence to make sure that this was a smart investment that seemed to make sense. And it seems to me that Mr. Wiegert is agreeable to that. And so, I've heard from a lot of people, like I said, that are against this TID, and rightfully so. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered and a lot of accountability measures at every step of the way to make sure that this is done well. But those folks also don't, for the majority, that they don't live in these parts, right? They live in maybe the Sonoma Ranch areas. They live in places that are, very nice and desirable. And so I haven't heard from residents in this neighborhood who might want to have a special place for them that's a little bit more modern, it's a little bit new, that they can be proud of, that's right in the middle of the city. So I think we just need to think about that sometimes, and also, the due diligence that staff has done, and try to instill some confidence as well into staff who has undertaken this process. I don't believe that they'd recommend something to us that that wasn't viable. I think everyone has different ways of how we can make this work, but we talk about an independent reviewer, and I absolutely support that 100%. But we also have Dr. Martinez and Mandy and other folks in our economic development department who we trusted, who get taxpayer dollars to bring these projects to us. And so, that's also, if we're looking at success in terms of infill developments, this could be really one of the biggest successes for the city. And they're bringing it to us. And so, support some of the changes and check marks that we have to make along the way, but just don't want us to miss an opportunity to make meaningful reinvestment into an older part of the city that could really use, I think, as one of the letters put it, a shot in the arm in this particular side of town. You guys know I've been talking about where the crime happens in the city, and where burglaries and where violent crime, and it's in blighted areas, right? It's in places where we don't invest in neighborhoods. And so I think we have to be conscious of that and make these opportunities work, and realize that developers are also in this to make money, right? They're folks who they're a business. So I like that there's maybe 2 or 3 or 4 real estate folks who seem to have most of the commercial real estate and a bunch of money in this city. I don't like that, no, but that's where we're at now. And so it's an opportunity. And so I do support moving forward under, some different, or some accountability measures and check marks and checkpoints where we can make sure that this is a good investment for the city. So thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I just, Councilor Sorg made me think of something as he was talking about the downtown TID and who the developer is in that situation and who it is in this situation. And, obviously, with all due respect, Councilor Sorg, I think you were part of the vote back in November that allowed for a process to move forward so that there could be private-public TIDs, right? So I think that that's been part of my confusion all along, that back in December, council voted to allow a process like this to go forward. And I think what all of us are doing is absolutely our due diligence to ensure that it's responsible, that is right, it's the first one, so that means a lot, which I think is good, but I do want you to also reflect on why you took that vote back in December, right? And I just think that that's an important note, something to note. And also I did bring up housing during the work session. So that was also another thing that was discussed last week.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Sorg.
I would be pleased to explain the vote last year and explain my take on TIDs. Not all TIDs are undesirable or not good. If the city would get a benefit from the TID, like downtown, we get the benefit there with new development that's going around with a blighted area too. But the city did that. And there are TIDs, there can be a TID, I should say, that could do that. I just don't think this TID is doing that. I think I'm seriously think that this can be developed without a TID and can be developed and everybody comes out a winner. This property has been in bankruptcy and fought over for 7 years. That's why it's not developed, Councilor Vasquez. It's not developed because it's been fought over for 7 years. Finally, somebody came up with the money to buy it. When you go to buy a car in a shop, or you go to buy a house, you take the first one you see. That's what we're looking at here. We're taking the first developer we see to develop this land. And I'm sure he'll do a great job. It's just that I think he can do it without a TID. He can do it with our other incentives. And with that, I'm going to propose a resolution, or excuse me, an amendment to this resolution saying that we deduct the operation and maintenance expenses from the TID, and that those are not part of the TID expenses.
So that's an amendment to remove operation.
I'll withdraw my TID if that's the case.
Hold on just a second, Zach. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so a motion is made by Councilor Sorg. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I second.
Okay, it's been motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores. Christine, will you call the vote on this amendment, please?
Can you repeat the wording?
Yeah, it was Councilor Sorg made an amendment to remove operations and maintenance costs from the TID. To move forward while removing, but to remove the operations and maintenance costs from the TID.
Okay. So this is on the motion to amend Resolution 20-176 to remove the operations and maintenance costs from the TID. Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
No.
Councilor Vasquez.
No.
Councilor Bencomo.
No.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gamera.
No.
Mayor.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, so now we're back on the main motion. Before I go to any final closing comments, Commissioner Reynolds, I know you're out there. I don't know if you had anything to say. You would have raised your hand. You bring any news from the county?
You know, Mr. Mayor, I do have a couple of questions if I have a moment.
Sure. Okay. I just need you to identify yourself, please.
Yes, my name is Shannon Reynolds. I'm a Doña Ana County Commissioner for District 3. I have a couple of questions. If I understand everything correctly, I think we're talking about collecting tax from both the city and the county. Am I correct?
Well, I think this would be the city right now, Commissioner. I think, you know, I wish we could have legislation that we could force you guys to give us money, but I think it would have to go to the county after this.
I think you're right. Okay. In doing we did actually consult with a company called Hilltop Securities to review this TID for us on April the 7th. And they went through the process of trying to understand things. And a couple of things I noticed is that he actually projected the anticipated revenue from both the TID for the GRT and also for the property tax. So from our consultant, Hilltop, they actually projected that we were going to, this was actually going to generate a certain amount of revenue each year. And he put that on our report. But for instance, from the county and the city together, we're looking at, he says in 2021, beginning there, he's estimating about 360, about 1.2 million. And then that's every year. Then on the GRT.
Commissioner, is that on property tax?
Actually, that is on the GRT tax. It's about 1.2 million a year. For the property tax, you know, he's actually talking about 600,000 a year. And I put all this in a spreadsheet. Suffice it to say, I went through each year of his projections and determined exactly how much money that he anticipates that we're going to dedicate to this TID over a 25-year period. And it actually totaled up to about $180 million if both the county and the city put in 70% on the GRT and 75% on the property tax. So I'm kind of confused about this as to where this money is going to be used. And I look at the infrastructure and it says 42 million. I look at the operations and maintenance and it says am I seeing that correctly? 1.2 million per year or 1.1 million per year. Am I seeing that correctly?
I think so.
Okay, so if I calculate the 42 million plus the 1.1 million a year, that actually, the 1.1 million comes up to 27 million over 25 years. The public improvements is 42 million, so the total necessary is only 69 million. Why do we need to, where's this $92 million number come from that we're being asked to amortize?
You're not being asked, this is Zach Weger, the developer. We're not asking to amortize anything but the $12 million of infrastructure on the front end, up to potentially 42 million in infrastructure. Okay. So as I said, something that I'd be willing to do is saying if we get a surplus in the TID of over a certain amount, so we're making sure we're covering our debt service payment, we'd be happy to give those monies back to the city. Because you're right, if we build 450 million, we will produce a lot more tax revenue than we'll ever spend on the public improvements. I totally agree with what you're saying. Okay, so we'd be absolutely willing to do that. And Mayor, he's reading the county's portion. The city has their portion too. So if there's dollars above and beyond that, we're willing to release those back to the city and the county. So we just need to come up with a number. But you know, first thing you want to do is make sure you cover your debt service. But then after that, there should be, if we build the $450 million project, there'll be plenty of revenue that can go above and beyond back to the city and the county as far as we're concerned. We can't spend it. It has to be public. And then for some reason on the operation and maintenance, everyone thinks this is like a slush fund. These are actual dollars spent to maintain that we're paying for versus dedicating the roads to the city where you would have to pay for it. And that's all we're doing is we're maintaining all this public infrastructure we're putting in instead of having the city eat that cost. So I think that's a great point. We'd be willing to discuss that.
Let me pause that one quick question. Mandy, is there a reason why he has to maintain? Normally, when it's a private development and, you know, like let's say you have a gated community, those streets, they're not private streets. So, of course, that developer has to, the neighborhood has to take care of it. But is there a reason why Mr. Weiger Uyghur has to maintain that infrastructure, why not the whole thing just turned over to the city?
Mayor, that was actually part of the negotiation, to have them operate and maintain it for 25 years and have the TID pay for it defers the costs back to the city. So it's actually beneficial for the city not to take on that cost immediately. And also to answer Commissioner Reynolds' questions about that surplus, I think that's what we've been talking about in expanding the items that are eligible for TID funding, like the Solano, Madrid, and Apodaca Park, because those would all be public improvements that would then be eligible for TID funding. So, and I'm using the downtown as an example. When the downtown TID was passed, there were 4 projects on there, and they were the plaza, the two-way street conversion, some other things. And when we completed all of those, the TID board then said now we want to do these new priorities. And so it would be similar to that in this TID. The TID board could then look at other public improvements once the initial public improvements are paid. The difference in this one is that if the TID plan was amended, it would come back to city council.
Okay, thank you very much, Mandy, and thank you, Mr. Wiegert, as well, and Mayor Miyagishima. I guess when I look at it, if we're going to, I think you're saying that we're only supposed to finance the 12 million plus the operations and maintenance and the 42 million. Is that what you're saying we're supposed to provide the money for?
The 12 is part of the 42 million. So our estimate for this first phase of infrastructure to get all the roads and everything in is about 12 million. Of that 42 million, half of that's a garage. So if we don't ever build a public garage, like let's say this becomes a very popular spot for people who want to come and spend time, we have a potential garage in there. If that's never built, that's never funded. So yeah, that 12 is part of the 42 million. So the 42 is like worst case scenario. That's the maximum we can put in public improvements.
Okay, and then the operations and maintenance on top of that's another 27 million. So we're still looking at about 68 million.
At a total build out, when it's totally built out, we think the operation and maintenance cost is about $1.1 million or $2 million a year. Okay. It won't be that on the front end. So it won't ever be that total number because it won't all be there to start. So.
Okay. When I was talking about the projected revenue earlier, I was including both the city and the county's portion. Okay. And based on projection that our consultant came up with, it was going to run about 180,000 total, or excuse me, 180 million total. If we look at let's just say the 67 million that we're
Excuse me, Commissioner,
yes,
was that total all the years put together?
Yes, sir.
Over the life of over the 25 year? Okay.
That's correct. Over the 25 years, doing projected revenue for each year increasing, and I can share all these numbers with anyone. I put it in a spreadsheet and calculated it.
Well, we'd like to have since you use public funds, we'd like to have a copy of that.
Okay, I agree. So anyway, the thing I'm kind of getting at here is I believe that we need to sharpen our pencil a little bit in order to determine what we can support and what we can't. I guess is what I'm saying. Is because if we're looking at 67 million, then that actually represents roughly about 15% of the money that you put in, something like that. And I don't, and that's good. If that's what we want to do, that's fine. I'm good with that. But I'd also like to see us look at ways for us to fund that with possibly a bond from the New Mexico Finance Authority and put that under the TID. And now I'm really confused about the way the TID works, and I have one real serious question about that. If we obligate these taxes to the TID for 25 years, and we can only bring in additional property, the property we list in the area, can we use this money to develop? Can we pull money back out? Can we cancel the TID halfway through? I think we're kind of locked into this for whatever the period of the TID is, and the committed tax dollars are committed. Once we sign this for 25 years, I think we're stuck with that. And the TID area is the only place we can use this revenue. So we've got to look at this seriously to say, are we really expanding this sufficiently enough to be able to use all those extra funds someplace else besides just private development? So I think we've got a lot of research that we need to do on our end if we're going to commit to this kind of investment of $180 million into a project. And by the way, the $180 million represents 40% of what Mr. Wiegert is going to put in. So I think we have some considerations I'd like to sit down with you guys and go back over, okay? That's all.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. But as you heard, Mr. Wiegert, that, you know, we can't, he can't get anything over than what he put in as far as infrastructure costs. And if we actually received even half of that, we should just repave all those streets in that area and also hopefully use it for some other improvements in and around that area. Even if it's not in the TID, it was generated from that area. I think it's only fair that it kind of stay in that ballpark. That's just me thinking. And speaking of ballpark, and we can also build our baseball ballpark there a little bit better. Maybe by that time, all this COVID stuff's over. But,
Mr. Mayor, can we expand this territory, you know, more toward the county building, you know, that way?
Yeah, right. I was gonna ask Mandy something. So Mandy, can the boundaries be expanded if we see that we're just getting so much money in that we don't know what to do with? Or once the boundaries are set, it's set?
So Mayor, we wouldn't change the boundaries because the boundaries are what is set. That's where the area of increment. We can change the TID plan to add other items to be improved or built for public infrastructure. So just like we've been talking about Solano, Madrid, and Apodaca Park, we can include those in the TID plan.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner?
Do we have to put those in the TID plan up front, Mandy, or can we wait 5 years down and say, look, we've got some extra resources and now we want to add additional improvements into the plan? Do we have that flexibility?
Mayor and Commissioner Reynolds, you could amend the plan at a later date. It would just have to come back to City Council to be amended.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Vasquez, did you have a comment?
Yes, Mayor, just have a question, and forgive me if this is totally out of the picture, but I mean, in terms of the overall Apodaca blueprint, which included I think, renovation of Madrid, or at least partly rebuilding of Madrid to include some, walking corridors that would connect the Villamora Dam Park down to Apodaca Park. Is there any reason why we wouldn't include that in the entire Apodaca blueprint as part of what the TID could benefit?
Well, Commissioner, Councilor, I think listening to Mandy, if we expand the boundaries, then you also include those who vote. If we keep it where it is, we can still have a little bit more control, and then the excess monies, we can do what you were just talking about.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Not so much the actual boundary of where the TID revenues are collected, but yes, where they're reinvested. So, yes, if we do have excess money for the entire Apodaca blueprint to be qualified as where excess revenues could be expended, to me would make sense, right? That entire corridor from Madrid down to Apodaca up to Villamora Dam.
And if we were to do that, and I know I'm getting away from this, but you probably want it on the side where the school is so that they could walk to school a little bit safer.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Well, good. Well, yeah, I want to see that proposal there, Commissioner. That's a lot of money. This is a good area. And I'm not saying the project, I just need, and this helps, another set of eyes, and that just reinforces that this sounds, it's a great project, but okay. I think that's it.
No, me.
Oh, well. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councilor Sword.
I could be more in favor of this TID if there was a significant amount of affordable housing in it.
Good point. In fact, that was what I was going to say.
Persuade me.
Mandy, so getting back for public infrastructure, if we have those excess funds, could that be used for not just necessarily acquisition for either in that area or for public good for affordable housing?
Oh, I guess that's it.
Mayor and Councilor Sorg, I believe that TID funding can pay for affordable housing. I would need to double check that, but I will look into that and get the information back to you for sure.
Okay. Yeah, because I agree with what Councilor Sorg, and I meant to bring that up or bring that question up after Commissioner Reynolds came up with that number. I was already figuring out where we're going to spend all that. So
I'm serious about the significant amount.
Oh, I know. I can imagine, but I just, again, like I said, nothing against that other proposal, but I've met Mr. Hernandez once, and he's developed stuff in New York City, in California. Santa Fe likes them. If you can develop in Santa Fe, you can. I think they hire him to help with the city projects. So I'm not saying he himself, but I know he worked with Mayor Bloomberg and Mayor de Blasio. So the guy knows public-private partnerships. Okay, I think we're ready to move on the main motion then. There's nothing further. This is on the main motion. So, and we'll do our best to meet all the guidelines, but I think what takes precedent is whether or not if Mr. Hernandez is available and can he get it done. I would think that he could. And then Commissioner Reynolds giving us their other third-party information. So with that, Christine, call for the main vote, please.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 20-176. Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
No.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for your information and all your input. And David, we'll get with you a little bit later after the meeting. I know we still have other stuff to do, but if Mayor Pro Tem can get you that information on Mr. Hernandez, that'd be great. Before we get to the next resolution, I found that closed meeting statement, and if I can read it real quick into the record, just take a second. So closed meeting statement, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 9:45 a.m. on June 23rd, 2020. The following members were in attendance: Councilors Flores, Sorg, Bencomo, Vasquez, Abeyta-Stuvey, Gondara, and myself. I left at 10:45 a.m. Also present was Catherine Tuck Parrish. She came in at 10:20 a.m. The meeting adjourned at 11:33 a.m. And for the record, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session, only discussed those limited items as stated in the posted notice. Purpose of the meeting was to discuss limited personnel matters regarding the city manager candidates, which was closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1, number H. And what was discussed, or the 9 candidates were Brian Bossart, Estrella Escobar, Gary Halbert, Jose Mondrigal, Gregory Martin, Mary O'Neill, Ifo Pili, Michael Renshaw, and Troy Smith. Okay, so now we're going to go to item 9.1, Resolution 21-005. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Councilor Bencomo.
Second, Abeyta-Stuvey.
Okay, motion made and a second. Looks like Matt Sines will be making this presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me pull up my presentation here. So good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council, Administration. For the record, my name is Matthew Sines, Senior Budget Analyst with the Budget Office, and I'm here today to present the proposed budget adjustments for fiscal year 2021. Oops, having a little difficulty here. There we go. So happy new fiscal year to everyone. So with our budget adjustments today, there are no new programs or policy initiatives. The adjustments are focused on compliance and alignment. And our main focus today is carryover adjustments. What that means is we are carrying over adjustments from fiscal year 2020 into fiscal year 2021. Now, this is necessary for any adjustments that weren't included in the adopted budget. And just for example, today we have a couple of items that were accepted after our budget was adopted. So these are the types of items that we are looking to transition into the new fiscal year. So as we continue on, and departments are able to identify projects that will continue, we will be bringing these type of adjustments forward. In addition, we have some amendments to the vehicle acquisition funding list and amendments to the position control roster. At that point, I'll turn it over to Interim Public Works Director, Mr. David Cedillo, who will cover the capital improvement program. Overall, what we're looking to accomplish today is to apply best practice. Now, before I get started, I just want to point out that the amounts we are requesting today are located in the column with yellow text. Also, the transaction is indicated with E for expense, R for revenue, and T for transfer. We do have a legend at the bottom of our screen for your convenience. So let's go ahead and get started. So as part of Council's request to emphasize the sustainability program, the program was moved under the city manager's office. So these funds were temporarily budgeted under the general fund. So we would like to reallocate those $975,000 for the solar photovoltaic project back to the capital projects fund 4005. Also in the general fund, Parks and Recreation is looking to carry over $25,783 for a grant match for the Doniana Move Trail and University Multi-Use Loop. Continuing with the general fund, we are reducing our contribution to the Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority, and this is because the Doniana County has elected to use FY20's budget for FY21. So it's less than the proposed budget. So we are reducing our transfers out of the general fund by $206,000, also reducing the transfers in as an offset on Fund 7410. In addition, reducing expenditures of $181,000 and reducing revenues by $125,000. Fund 1200, vehicle acquisition, we're looking to carry over $109,300 for police motorcycles. We had some delays in the procurement process. However, we do anticipate to receive these units in FY21. Fund 2000, community development, is looking to carry over $561,000 in revenues and expenditures as part of the Community Development Block Grant CARES Act. This was part of the COVID funding that is tied to the HUD program. Fund 4100, Parks and Recreation, is looking to carry over $443,000 in revenues and expenditures. Now, this is the grant side of the Paso del Norte Doniana Move Trail and the NMDOT University Multi-Use Loop. Fund 4202, Public Works, is requesting to carry over $75,000 for the Van Patten Avenue project, and this project extends between Melendez Street and Alameda Avenue. Fund 4634, Public Works, is requesting to carry over $8.6 million in revenues and expenditures, and this is for the 2020 New Mexico Finance Authority Municipal Gross Receipt Tax Bonds. This was part of Resolution 20-173 that we presented a couple of weeks ago, and this is for streets and flood projects. Fund 5920, Quality of Life, is requesting to carry over $5.3 million in revenues and expenditures for the Transit CARES Act. This adjustment will allow for operations during the COVID pandemic. Moving on to vehicle acquisition amendments, Quality of Life is requesting 2 vehicles for their Dial Ride and Paratransit program. They are requesting a Ford F-250 at $51,880 and a Ford passenger van at $36,852 for a total of $88,732. These funds are currently budgeted. However, we do need council's approval to add them to the vehicle acquisition funding list. Lastly, we have a request to amend the position control roster. These positions are currently budgeted under contract positions. However, Utilities is seeking council approval to add them as full-time equivalents. So these positions include a training safety coordinator, a gas system inspector, and a senior office assistant for a total of 3 additional FTEs. So with that, I want to turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo, who will cover the CIP amendments. Thank you very much for your time. David?
Thanks, Matt.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. David Cedillo, Interim Public Works Director, and I will be going over the CIP amendments as Mr. Sines has noted. As you can see on the screen before you, we have the municipal gross receipts tax bond projects that will be carried over into FY21. I will read the project and amount for the record. Avenida Blanco in the amount of $450,000, Brown Farm Drainage in the amount of $500,000, East Mesa Recreation Complex Road in the amount of $3.2 million, the East Mesa Roads and Drainage in the amount of $500,000, Mesquite Tornillo Drainage in the amount of $550,000, and South Main Street Reconstruction in the amount of $3.3 million. Next, we have Van Patten. This, Mr. Sines covered. We are carrying over $75,000 into FY21. Next is CDBG match. This is not a budget adjustment. It is a title change. We are bulleting what those funds will be available for in the CIP to better identify them, which will be, we will be adding McPhee from Valley to First Street. Next is going to be the carryovers for Doña Ana Move Trail in the amount of $360,000, and also the University Multi-Use Trail Loop in the amount of $108,400. These are your council standard options, and both Mr. Sines and I are available for any questions.
Thank you, David. Councilor Vasquez, do you have a comment?
No, I don't, Mayor. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Okay, seeing none. Christine?
Wait
a minute. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I couldn't find the button.
Yeah,
So
Mayor
I'm
Pro-
sorry. I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Mr. Sines. Can you go back to slide 6, please? Okay, so this is a dial-a-ride paratransit, and the model is a Ford F-250. Isn't that a huge pickup truck like the kind the mayor drives? Isn't that an F-250?
No, mine's a F-150, but it's a crew cab.
It's a crew cab?
Yeah, that's, you can
But
seat 6 people.
Is it an F-250 pickup anyway?
No, it's a 150.
No, my brother has one. My brother has an F-250. So I was just wondering what, a 250 just means it has a bigger engine, can pull more stuff. Usually, yeah. So maybe this F-250 is, well, anyway. So I was just wondering, Mr. Sines, do we transport the public in F-250s? I'm just curious. And maybe we can, maybe you can enlighten me. Maybe the F-250 is not a pickup anymore.
Looks like Leanne jumped on here, and Amy Johnson Bassford. So let's see, Leanne. I think that used to be her own stomping grounds, transit vehicles.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, this is and actually Amy can talk directly about the grant.
Okay, Leanne, I need you to state your name, please.
I'm sorry, for the record, Leanne Demouche, Chief Budget Officer. This is actually an older grant that had some funding left over, and if you want more information on that, Amy is available to talk about that. What we're going to purchase, what Transit is purchasing the F-250 for, ma'am, is that they have service trucks that have equipment, so that way if a truck, not a truck, but if one of the buses goes down on the street and we're unable to get it into the shop, we actually have a service truck that has equipment on there that they can go out to the actual bus and perform some type of maintenance on it, or repairs, that they can actually, be able to get the bus back into the fleet, so that way it can be worked on directly. But the service truck that they have currently is very old. And so since we have these funds available, Transit, Mike Bartholomew and Richard DeWitt and I got together, and we felt that going towards purchasing an F-250 and upfitting it to be a service truck would be a very big advantages for the transit fleet.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moosh. I just wanted to make sure that it was, it wasn't a bus. And you don't transport people, just throw them in the back when a bus breaks down. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem Gondara?
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. I'm looking, let's see, slide 7 on the new FTEs for utilities. My question is, this is in addition to obviously the vacancies that they might have currently, right? And what is that number of vacancies?
Mayor, Councilor Gondara, this is Matthew Sines. I'm going to defer the question to Delilah Walsh or Dr. Garcia, whoever is available.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gondara, I can answer that question for you. Delilah Walsh, Assistant Director Utilities. Currently, our vacancies are at 50. The 3 positions that we are presenting today are not new positions. These were actually approved for FY20, but through administrative errors and some of our paperwork discrepancies, they never got on the count as FTEs. So they're already filled. These 3 actually already have people who have been in those positions for several years. And the conversion just didn't happen in FY20 when it was originally approved. So we want to make sure it's taken care of for 21.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Flores, did you have another question or did you forget to put your hand down?
I forgot to put my hand down.
Okay.
I don't, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. If there's nothing further, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-005. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 9.2, resolution 21-006. Need a motion, a second, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores. And Will Blanchard, I believe, is going to be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Let me share my screen. Can everyone see my presentation?
Yes, right.
Okay. The resolution before you is to accept 5 new grants and to adjust the budget and the CIP. Economic Development is receiving 2 grants for the Las Cruces International Airport. The first is the Airport CARES Act funding operating grant in the amount of $69,000. This is funding through the Federal CARES Act allocation to provide ongoing operational support at 100% reimbursement for the Las Cruces International Airport. The airport will begin use of this funding July 1st, 2020. Funding is intended to assist airports in remaining operational during the COVID-19 crisis and is available until fully expended. There is no match requirement for this funding. Next, Economic Development is receiving the Airport Federal Fiscal Year 2020 Airport Improvement Program Environmental Assessment Runway 8/26 grant in the amount of $192,994. This is funding through the annual Airport Improvement Program from the FAA to conduct an environmental assessment and studies related to the extension of runway 8/26 at the Las Cruces International Airport. This grant will provide 100% reimbursement of project expenses and is amending the city's 2021 CIP. The Federal CARES Act provides additional funding to cover the match normally paid for by the New Mexico Department of Transportation Aviation Division and the city. Next, police are receiving 3 new grants. The first is the Burn JAG COVID CARES Act funding in the amount of $59,622. This is federal funding through the CARES Act to provide for operating expenses to prepare for, respond to, and recover from COVID-19. Funding will be used for PPEs, equipment, overtime, and other expenses directly related to the COVID crisis. There is no match requirement for this funding and is available for a full 2-year period. Second, police is receiving $151,480 of New Mexico Department of Public Safety COVID funding. This is a New Mexico Department of Public Safety subgrant of federal funding through the CARES Act. This funding will also provide operating expenses to prepare for, respond to, and recover from COVID-19. The police department must meet the goals as defined in the grant agreement, which include ensuring the public safety of LCPD officers, mitigate community spread of COVID-19, and ensure public safety through compliance with the governor's emergency order. Funding will be utilized for PPE, equipment, overtime, and other expenses directly related to COVID-19. There is no match requirement for this funding and is available for a full 2-year period. Last, we have the $7,000 Las Cruces Police Department NMSU Summer Youth Academy funding. This is funding received annually through the NMSU Foundation Stan Fulton Chair Fund to provide for the police department's 2020 Youth Academy. The academy will have 4 sessions during the summer beginning on July 6th. Funding must be used between May 1st, 2020 and August 31st, 2020. There is no match requirement for this funding. And with that, here are your council options. I will stand for any questions and have representatives from the departments available as well.
Thank you, Will. Doesn't look like there's any questions. Mayor Pro Tem, you have a question?
No, that was me. Flores.
Oh, do you have a question, Councilor Flores?
Yes. What is, for Mr. Blanchard, what is the LCPD and MSU Summer Youth Academy? What is the special revenues? What is the source of the special? What is the source of that special revenue?
It is the NMSU Foundation Stan Fulton Chair Fund. They're the granting agency.
I'm sorry, it's the NMSU
Foundation Stan Fulton Chair Fund.
Thank you so much.
Amy, did you have a comment? Amy Johnson Bassford?
Yes, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Councilor Flores, Amy Johnson Bassford, Grant Administrator. Just wanted to follow up on that, Councilor Flores. That funding we have received for many years now. It allows the the police department to conduct youth academies, youth leadership academies in conjunction with NMSU. And so the NMSU Foundation, through the Stan Fulton chair position, funds that every year.
Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you.
Yeah, many thanks to the Stan Fulton Foundation and family. Yes. Mr. Fulton owned Sunland Park and continues to give to the university and many other very worthwhile projects. Councilor Abeta-Stuvey, you have a comment?
Yes, I had a question regarding the overtime NMDPS COVID funding. It said it's supposed to help for officers, they need to help mitigate spread. Were there duties defined under that?
Mayor, Councilor Abeta-Stuvey, Amy Johnson Bassford, the type of overtime that we would be talking about is limited under the CARES Act to overtime specifically where they are responding to COVID crisis. So An example would be that a officer is given an overtime shift to monitor activity at Sam's Club or the Lowe's. That type of overtime is allowed to be covered by this grant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing none, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-006. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 9.3, resolution 21-007. Need a motion second.
Move to approve.
Second,
Councilor Vasquez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gondara. And looks like Mr. Alex Liu and Eric Martin will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Alex Liu with Purchasing Section. I'm going to share my screen for the presentation.
Just think if you were a basketball player, Alex, and you scored shots, and they'd be saying Alex Liu for two. Sorry, we've been at this for all day, so.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a procurement for security guard services for the City of Las Cruces. This is a request for proposal 19-20-048. The RFP was issued January 2020. It was on the market for over a month, advertised on newspaper and online, and due back to the city February 6, 2020. 17 companies solicited, 3 respondents received. The Selection Advisory Committee, SAC, evaluated all the proposals on March 26, 2020, and recommend the highest 2 ranked respondent to be awarded for contract. They are Imperium Risk, Inc. of Las Cruces, New Mexico, and Security Concepts, Inc. of Las Cruces, New Mexico as well. Several city departments need armed and unarmed security guards to patrol city facilities and events, ensure safety of city staff and citizens, protect city properties. This contract is for all departments and joint power agreement agencies to use. They can select from the pre-qualified list and based on their specific needs. This contract is going to go through June 30th, 2021, and it comes with 3 one-year renewable options subject to budget appropriation. And this contract is not to exceed $1.5 million annually combined. With that, this is your council option, and we will stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Alex. I'm curious what city buildings need armed officers?
Thank you for the question. I will defer this question to the user department. Eric?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Bencomo. We use...
Excuse me, Eric.
Yes.
Eric, I need you to state your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Eric Martin, Facilities Management Administrator with the City of Las Cruces Public Works Facilities section. We use armed security guards at some locations. We do have armed guards sometimes here at City Hall. Some events, they may be requested to be armed. In other cases, they're not. I do not have a list of every single location where we have armed guards, but certainly I can provide that to City Council if you would like.
Yeah, that would be helpful. And then perhaps even, are there a set of policies that these folks abide by in terms of using their weapons?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, there are state statutes, et cetera, that apply where any of the armed guards have gone through formal training, and the vendor does provide that kind of information to us.
Mr. Mayor, can I add one other thing?
Yes,
in response to David Dolan, for the record. In response to your question, an example I can think of where we had armed guards is some art exhibits require us that we provide armed guards for public shows and the like as part of their contract requirements to protect their exhibit. It doesn't happen often, but sometimes it is a requirement. The other thing is I believe that the police department has set the standard for the security guard companies that are using armed guards as to what, in addition to the state law requirements. Eric, is Deputy Chief Dominguez online? He was earlier, but I thought the police department defined those requirements for the use of armed guards in addition to state law.
I think he's there, David. I think Deputy Chief Dominguez is, well, looks like he's here.
Before DC Dominguez goes, I'm curious. So, David, are you saying that these guards for the art exhibits needed guns to protect the art exhibits?
That sometimes that is a requirement of the provider of the art exhibit. So we contract with them. It doesn't happen often. The other example that I can use, security guards, when we provided them for public events, 4th of July, when we had a big community event, there could be instances where we would require security guards, but it doesn't happen often.
Okay.
And Councilor Bencomo, you know the city watches that because they charge more for armed, so that's probably only used when really needed.
Okay.
I think it's like $3 more an hour or something, $4.
Okay. DC Dominguez, did you want to jump in on that, or?
Good afternoon, all. Deputy Chief Dominguez, for the record. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, they armed security guards would be required to use their sidearm in any deadly force situation, just like a police officer would.
Okay. So then what's the, oh, sorry, were you done?
Oh, in addition to what Assistant City Manager Dullahan just stated.
Okay. What's the, so is this in the event there aren't any officers available for duty for these things? I mean, I get why you wouldn't want an officer at an art exhibit or whatnot, but I assume officers are also present at like the fireworks shows. I've seen officers at city council meetings.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, that's correct. Oftentimes we get tasked where our officers are busy handling calls, in which case an armed security service helps with security presence. They generally would call us, but if we are unavailable, they would be able to handle that type of situation.
Okay. And then, so maybe this is a question for you. Thank you, Deputy Chief. This might not be a question for you, but I'm curious about liability in this situation and who carries it.
The companies do.
The companies do?
Oh, yeah. They have, I would imagine that their insurance is extremely expensive.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
I do have a question, Alex, just out of curiosity. Is this first time we've split it up, and is Security Concepts, is that the one who we currently use, Security Guard?
Yes, Mayor.
Yeah.
We are using Security Concepts Inc.
And so did we split it up because it just got so much, so many places, or?
I think that was the needs that communicate to purchasing by the end user department that we want to back up if in the event of that we need more and the current incumbent vendor cannot provide at that moment.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Eric Martin. Yes, sir. In response to your question, in addition to Alex's comments, yes, having two firms available gives us some latitude. As you're aware, we've had additional security requirements at the parks and things like that. And sometimes, depending on available resources, having two firms to work with is helpful to the city. We do currently use Security Concepts primarily for most of our city buildings.
Yeah, no, they do a good job. Their officers, their employees look really professional. I just remember years ago, and this was at the old city hall. Yeah, there was the company that we had back then, which wasn't Security Concepts. You know, I don't know, just a little different. Okay, good. That's all I had. Was curious why we split it up like that. Donnie Precise? I'm sorry. Okay, had his hand up and now it's down. Okay, if there's no further questions or comments, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-007. Councilor Beta-Stuvi,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
No.
Councilor Bencomo,
No.
Councilor Sorg,
Councilor Sorg, are you there?
Looks like he's gone.
Huh. No, he's supposed to be there.
I'll put him
Councilor,
down.
Councilor Sorg. Hello? Well, you want to go on?
Yeah, I'll put him down as absent. Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Ganda,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
And my vote is yes.
Would you fall asleep?
Uh,
I'm just kidding.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, 9.4, Council Bill number 20-038, ordinance number 2930. Need a motion second, please.
So moved, Beta-Stuvi.
Second, Bencomo.
Okay, move the second. Looks like Rob Cabello, Deputy Chief Brock, and Lieutenant Story. I don't know who's going to start off.
So yes, Mayor, Councilor, this is Robert Cabello. I am going to be presenting an ordinance. It's going to amend the UTV ordinance. Can everybody see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay.
Now we can.
Okay, good. And so to recap, back on March 2nd, 2020, the City Council passed Ordinance 2915, which created the UTV ordinance, which allowed UTV vehicles, utility terrain vehicles, to be driven on city streets. Today's ordinance makes some amendments. First off, it makes it easier to enforce. First, it does that by clarifying the definition of UTVs. It also enumerates the areas where UTVs would be prohibited from driving. And it also creates a city registration process. And so the proposed amendments basically does this. The first proposed amendment, it clarifies the definition of a UTV to include a utility task vehicle. And it does this by not only enumerating it, but also gives a definition by defining the weight and the volume of the type of engine that would be included as a UTV or utility task vehicle. And just so the City Council can know, a utility task vehicle is very similar to a utility terrain vehicle. A utility terrain vehicle is mostly for recreational purposes. A utility task vehicle is usually the same type of vehicle. However, its body is slightly modified to either have like a flatbed for transportation, some sort of toolbox. Some of them actually include like little plows in the front. So just to give you an idea what they are. And actually, before I go into the registration process, a second amendment that it does is actually under subsection 79E. It creates prohibitions about where UTVs cannot be driven. Essentially, bike trails, pedestrian trails, parks, and just other areas where UT vehicles have been restricted. Now, the third amendment, and this slide kind of covers it, is the registration requirements. It creates a city registration process, and this basically creates a city registration process where the owners of the vehicles have to provide their name, address, provide proof of registration, insurance, and it describes what the vehicle is, and also it's required that the driver has a proof of a driver's license. And it creates a fee system that it ultimately has a permit system for about 3 years. Now, I know that everybody can read the little warning in yellow and red, and this basically means under subsection 7.9.11C on page 979 on your packets, it talks about the sticker being on a window, on the windshield of the vehicle, and in order for this to be passed, there should be a requirement that it should be amended to include that the sticker should be put on the door of the vehicle. And with that, these are your options, and then I'll open up to questions.
Thanks, Rob. Let's see here, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. This may be a silly question, Mr. Caballo, but who's doing the permitting? The police department, or did I miss that? Who's actually issuing out the permits?
I believe it's the police department.
Okay, and I'm just curious if Chief Gallagher is on, or DC Dominguez, if they're ready for that.
I think I would defer that question to Deputy Chief Brock.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, Deputy Chief Paul Brock, for the record, Las Cruces Police Department. I believe the discussion has been that the police department would be responsible for issuing the required permits if the amendment to the ordinance is passed. I believe our traffic section under Lieutenant Story would probably task our public service aides with doing those inspections on the UTVs, and if they met the requirements, then they would place a sticker more consistent with the state required stickers. They go near the front of the door or the A-frame towards the front of the door on the UTVs. So prior discussions we've had would be that the police department would be responsible for doing those inspections and then subsequently issuing the permit.
DC Brock, thank you for that. But I think what Councilor Bencomo's wanting to know, do you have the stickers ready to go? You're ready to do that?
Currently, I believe we do not have any stickers ready to go yet. We would probably have to come up with a design and then have them created, but.
Okay, so there's an amnesty period then. It's not immediate. It's until we get this done, then they'll still be allowed to drive until they get, we're not gonna just start doing enforcement like 10 days from now.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I think that's what you were asking for. I want to know that too, right? Councilor Bencomo, or was there something else than that?
No, that's exactly right, Mayor. Thank you for the clarification. And thank you, DC Brock.
Councilor Vasquez and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Robert, for the presentation. I think this is a step in the right direction in terms of making sure that the folks who are driving these vehicles legally now on the street, thanks to our last ordinance, are doing so responsibly and without significant alterations to their vehicles. I will say in the last couple of months since this ordinance has gone into effect, I have noticed more irresponsible behavior in drivers than I have seen responsible behavior in drivers from the UTV folks. Don't want to obviously paint everybody with a broad brush, but just last week I was pretty much run off the road with my dog from a UTV that was throwing beer cans out the window, headed to BLM land, and it was just awful. The guy, clearly very irresponsible, driving and drinking. And I have seen a lot of the comments from the UTV community today, and who are upset that we're now going to permit these vehicles. And so, everything comes with a responsibility. And I think for folks that want the privilege of driving these vehicles on city streets, we need to make sure that they're both street legal, that they're safe, that the folks behind the wheel take that extra measure to be responsible and get a permit from the city. And so I think this is a good step in the right direction to ensure accountability, to ensure responsibility, and just make sure that folks are taking this seriously. It's really easy because those are fun vehicles to drive, to get kind of carried away, right? Especially if you're joyriding with friends and family or something like that. You're down by the river, you're somewhere else. That's really where I've seen a lot of the irresponsible behavior has actually been down by the river, because they're driving, with other vehicles, but they have obviously access to more terrain than other trucks or cars. And so they're whizzing by people and, showering people in dust and dirt and doing it seemingly maliciously and purposefully. And so, we need to put a stop to that. We need to make sure folks are responsible. So I do support this. I do have, I guess, a logistical question, in the event that folks weren't following this ordinance. I'm wondering if there could be a penalty, for somebody that doesn't register their UTV. If they are essentially caught 2 or 3 times without a registration sticker, would it be possible to just permanently revoke that person's ability to drive a UTV on city streets? Kind of like when you get too many speeding tickets or something, your license gets suspended. But I just know there's going to be a crowd of folks out there who are just not going to register their vehicles or just going to refuse to because they see it as an anti-government thing. So, Robert, the question is, I guess legally, I'm not sure if there's a state ordinance that would supersede this, but I think we want to take this registration thing seriously. And so, if somebody is caught without a sticker more than a couple of times, would it be possible to revoke that person's or suspend that person's ability to even register their UTV for a period of time?
Well, Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, at this time, I probably would like to take that under advisement and do some research on that. I don't write.
Just state your name again, please. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Robert Cabello, for the city legal department. Without doing some research, it seems like it would be possible, but I would rather do some more research on that before, again, looking at state law under the Off-Road Motor Vehicle Act, to see if there's some sort of thing that precludes the city from doing that.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Well, that's just something I think we should consider, because I like I said, I want to make sure people take this seriously once the stickers and the registrations are available. And for folks who, flat out refuse to get it, or, and get a couple of times caught driving without a registration sticker, I think there should be some accountability on that as well. But we can perhaps bring that up another time. Other than that, I do support this ordinance. So thank you, Robert. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Robert. It's good seeing you. Glad you're back. Did you talk about the cost of a permit? Did I miss that?
Mayor, Councilor Gandara, I actually didn't talk about the cost. There is a fee, but that will be determined and then later published.
Determined by whom?
Robert, Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. The idea was that there would be a fee, but it would be established later than published to the public once that was established. And I'm looking for the section that's in.
Still can't hear you, Robert.
Yeah,
So
I think he's.
you're looking for something, right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mayor, Councilor Gondara, I apologize. So the idea was that there would be a fee, but it hasn't been determined yet. Once that's established, then it would be published to the public so they would be aware of what they need to actually pay.
Okay. And
I was just looking for the specific section.
right, no worries. And then, so there's an amnesty sort of period. It would be, I don't know, for the next 6 months or something. Do you have that time frame?
For Mayor, Councilor Gondara, I would like to actually defer to Deputy Chief Brock again, because he would have a better idea as to when they can start implementing and enforcing that.
I can answer that, DC. Lieutenant Jeremy started with the police department. To the first point, the fee would be made by resolution by the city council and then published, so that would be determined by that resolution. You can also include the amnesty period in there. Essentially, that'd be a reasonable amount of time, up to 6 months. It'll take us not very long to do the stickers and get the program ready to be administered. But obviously, there's going to be an education part of it to make sure we get the information out to the public. So I think 6 months is probably a reasonable amount of time, but we can make that whatever council would like.
I appreciate that, Lieutenant. I think 6 months is a good time if you need more time to get this going. I especially think we need, as you mentioned, a robust educational campaign informing people. I think that's always important. And so I appreciate the feedback. And then I would agree with Councilor Vasquez that, you know, once we educate the community, let them know what the fine will be and whatnot, and they moved into the amnesty and people are just not wanting to get with, you know, making sure they have the registration, the permit, placing it on the door, those kinds of things, that there be a revocation clause in there. You know, after, I would assume that there would be warnings and then you can give a ticket, and then after a few tickets, that there would be a revocation period, which could be, I don't know, a year, and then they can reapply. I think, especially because we're trying to ensure that people are responsible for a vehicle that can really do damage, not only to property, but to oneself. So ensuring that they have all that in place would be, in my mind, helpful. So I appreciate Councilor Vasquez's comments. I think we really need to include that as part of this. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks. Okay, did you want to make an amendment there, Councilor Vasquez, or did you want to just move forward and have staff continue to develop this and bring it back with a little bit more final product?
Yes, you know, pending Robert's research on this, if it's legal, I absolutely support a revocation clause. And so I'm perfectly fine passing this today and then coming back with an amendment to this. Once that's done, I mean, I imagine there's going to be some time for the registration process to be set in place and for the stickers to be developed. However, if it's easier for staff purposes to simply come back with a resolution that includes a revocation clause, I'm also happy to make a motion to perhaps table this until that time, based on what staff thinks is going to be easiest for us here. Any thoughts on that, Mr. Gavio?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, I'm fine with the ordinance going forward because I think the LCPD needs time to develop some of the logistical aspects of enforcement. There is, I'd like to note on page 979 on your packet, there is a revocation clause for people under subsection E on 9.11 that has for it, where it actually can be appealed to the police chief. So there is already a revocation process, just not one that was like a permanent sort of, would be not really a revocation, it'd be a suspension because they never registered. So on top of that, because they're not registered, there's already a penalty if someone's on a vehicle on the road, they're basically driving an unregistered vehicle. So you already have that penalty in place, and that's enforced by a city ordinance. So those things are, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, Mr. Coe. I was just thinking, you know, when you are driving with a suspended license, you get your vehicle towed, right? You don't get to drive that vehicle home. That's part of the penalty. And so I don't know what the revocation clause includes, but if you could spell that out a little bit finer, that might help to figure out what we're talking about. Because I'm thinking about something like that, right? You get caught a certain amount of times, you get your vehicle towed, and then you lose the ability to register a UTV under your name.
Okay. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, I'll just read, again, it's from page 979 in your packet, subsection E of 9.11. So it's at the very bottom. A permit may be revoked for a violation of any provision of this article after due investigation by LCPD and final determination by the chief of police. Any revocation may be appealed by the city manager, providing a request for appeals within 14 days for a final revocation. And essentially, that is the revocation process that's in there. That, again, that does not include the already existing penalty under city ordinance if you can't certainly drive a vehicle unregistered on the city streets.
And Rob, looks like Jennifer Vega Brown wanted to jump in, or did she? No? Okay, I thought she did. After I said her name, it went blank.
Mayor, I do.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I lowered my hand too quickly because I didn't want to forget. Yeah, there is the permit may be revoked for any reason of violation of law or for violation of any section of the ordinance. There's not a specified period of time, but it may be revoked. As with the Motor Vehicle Division and the Motor Vehicle Code, there has to be an administrative process contained in it because it is potentially, possibly a property right. And so that is why it is written in the way that it is, so that there is an appeal process to the city manager. So there is a revocation contained in it, within it, and we did our best to mimic an administrative process.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Well, I'm fine with the ordinance moving forward as is, and with the education campaign, and closely monitoring how we're doing on the permits, and if there are consistent violations, then perhaps we bring this back for further amendments or scrutiny. So thank you, Mr. Correa. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Councilor. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
Mayor, I believe we need to do an amendment to where the sticker will be placed.
Oh, okay. Where was that again? On the door or?
On the door instead of the window.
Mayor, Council, the amendment would be on, again, page 979, subsection 9.11, C. It reads, permits must be affixed to the front lower center windshield or other location visible from the front center of the recreational vehicle. And it should be, permits must be affixed to the door of the recreational vehicle.
So Rob, both places or just one place?
My understanding was for the door, but I will defer to Deputy Chief Brock if there's a different, something different that they require.
Lieutenant Jeremy, you mind if I take it, DC?
Go ahead, Jeremy, if you want to cover it. I think this is Deputy Chief Brock for the record. As long as it's consistent with state statute lists the registration, both registrations is issued by the state towards the front door A-frame area of the vehicle. So I think something consistent with that. Lieutenant Story, what did you have to add?
Lieutenant Jeremy Story, the wording through the state is that the decal on a UTV or OHV must be placed on the left front quarter panel, and that's where your other tags would be placed, so it'll be consistent with that.
Lieutenant, is that on the windshield?
That's not, that's in the, just in that frame right in front of the front driver's side door, between the windshield and the door.
I see.
On the right side?
On the left front quarter panel is how it's worded.
On the left side.
Lieutenant, do you know, is it possible if you, in addition to that location that you're talking about, also on the, say, the rear window, maybe on the, somewhere on the in the back, is there any prohibition by having more than one sticker, just for added measure? And the reason why I asked that is obviously, if LCPD can see that it is approved, you know, instead of having to, you know, sometimes they go by and if you can't see that one particular sticker, but you see it in the rear, you know, that way there you don't have to unnecessarily pull them over.
Mayor, Council, I'm not opposed to it. I don't know of any prohibition from doing it. That's just consistent with where the other decals are placed, and they try to minimize putting stuff on the windshield, obviously. So, and doing two obviously isn't going to be much additional cost as far as decals.
Yeah, I was thinking on the upper left-hand corner in the rear windshield. You know, you just never know. I mean, really, because if you're behind a UTV, and that's a little bit easier to see than if you're, you know, either on the side or whatever. And that's just an additional thing. I'm just. Okay. Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, Christine? Oh, that's right. You need an amendment. So I need a motion and a second to an amendment, please.
All motion. Abeta Stuvey.
Okay.
Second, Dave Vasquez.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Beta Stuvey, second by Councilor Vasquez, that we amend the ordinance to include the location of the sticker to be on the left side of the A-frame near the door, I think is what the location was, or wherever is be consistent where other stickers are placed. I think that's clear enough, I hope.
Mayor, Council?
Yes?
I believe it, Sergeant Story indicated left front quarter panel.
Left front quarter panel.
Step out. You're under arrest. No, I'm not. I'm placing you under arrest. Step out.
Uh-oh, looks like we got Zoom bombed by somebody. So that or someone's just goofing around. So with that, motion and second has been made. Now this is on the amendment. Christine?
This is on the motion to amend ordinance 2930 with the wording, the permit must be affixed to the left front quarter panel of the door. Councilor Beta Stuvey.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, now we're back on the main motion.
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 2930 as amended. Councilor Beta Stuvey.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, now we go to board appointments. Christine, it's okay to just read all these and we don't need a motion or a second to the Economic Development Policy Review Committee? I can just mention them?
We need to do each of them individually.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so to the Economic Development Policy Review Committee, representing Chambers of Commerce, Debbie Moore, President and CEO. Need a motion in a second.
So moved by Yvonne Flores.
Gandara.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Debbie Moore to the Economic Development PRC. Councilor Beta Stuvey.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yeah, yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes. Okay, appointing Kathy Hansen, NMSU. She's from the Arrowhead Center. Motion second, please.
So moved.
Is that Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second, by Flores.
Flores, okay. Christine?
this is on the motion to appoint Kathy Hansen to the Economic Development PRC. Counselor Beta-Stuvey,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes. Okay, representing the Doña Ana Community College, Mary Ulrich, Director, DACC Workforce and Career Development. Need a motion and second.
So moved. Bencomo.
Second.
Second, by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Vasquez. Christine?
this is on the motion to appoint Mary Ulrich to the Economic Development PRC. Counselor Beta-Stuvey,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes. Representing the Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance, Mavita Davin Lopez, Director. Need a motion and second.
So moved.
Second. Bencomo.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Flores.
Flores, and second by Bencomo. Christine?
this is on the motion to appoint Davin Lopez to the Economic Development PRC. Counselor Beta-Stuvey,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes. Representing the commercial real estate, Sandra Espiritu, Enchanted Sun Valley, Sun Realty. Motion second, please.
So moved.
Second, by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
this is on the motion to appoint Sandra Espiritu to the Economic Development PRC. Counselor Beta-Stuvey,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes. Representing the Las Cruces Hospitality Association, Ana Barun, General Manager, Town Place Suites, Fairfield Inn, and General Manager of the New Mexico Hospitality Association. Motion and second.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Sorg. Christine?
this is on the motion to appoint Anna Baroon to the Economic Development PRC. Counselor Beta-Stuvey,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Councilor Gandara, Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, there you are. Mayor Pro Tem, how do you vote? Yes? You're muted. I don't know, put a thumbs up or something, or unmute yourself.
Yes. I
Okay,
couldn't
good.
find the bottom panel. I'm so sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Mayor,
Yes. Okay, representing Workforce Development, Darlene Lopez, Workforce Connections One Stop Shop Operator. Need a motion and second.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Vasquez. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Darlene Lopez to the Economic Development PRC. Councilor Beta Stevie?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Just kidding, yes.
Councilor Sork?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
You're muted again.
No, I said yes.
Oh, I didn't.
I think 'cause Christine's laughing so hard.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so the next one says entrance audit appointments and has a little arrow to go to the back, and I don't see any names. Are there any names?
I think this was going to be a discussion.
Oh, okay.
Going to serve on certain parts of the audit, but I'll defer that to City Manager Barbara.
So David or Barbara, David Dollahan, David Maestas, Barbara De Leon, either of you have any comment about this?
Mayor, this is Barbara DeLeon. I'm sorry, can you read me what the item is again?
It just says entrance audit appointments and it's blank. So I didn't know, like as though there were supposed to be some names there or if this was.
Yeah, so Barbara DeLeon for the record. So it sounds like what we decided to do instead is at the beginning of the meeting to actually go through the information that would be presented at the audit entrance conference for all of mayor and council in this open meeting, rather than having a different meeting, the entrance for the entrance conference. So effectively, I believe it was taken care of at the beginning of the meeting and maybe it just didn't get removed from the cue sheet.
Okay, so there's no, when it says appointments, we weren't wanting to appoint anyone to any type of committee then.
And not that I'm aware of, unless David Maestas, if you know something different. My understanding was that previously for these entrance conferences, we would have, say, 3 counselors, mayor counselors in attendance, but we decided to do it today with all the mayor and council.
Okay. Sounds good. David Maestas, did you have something you want to say?
Hello, Mayor David Maestas. No, I was just going to answer the way Barbara did, but she took care of it. I just didn't take my hand down fast enough. Thank you.
Okay. All right, now we're going to go to the notice of proposed ordinances. There'll be no public discussion. Council may ask staff for clarification on the proposed ordinance. First one is 11.1, Council Bill number 21-001, ordinance number 2934.
Bring it forward.
Bring it forward. 11.2, Council Bill number 21-002, ordinance number 2935.
Bring it forward.
Forward. Number 11.3, Council Bill number 21-003, ordinance number 2936.
Bring it forward.
Bring it forward. Okay, now we're going to go to City Council member board reports and comment. All I want to just say is congratulate Paul Katnack and his team for a great fireworks show. And it was really great. I know we've had a lot of positive comments, and I think that was something there that although that was probably, I don't know how everyone seemed to know where they were going to be. I'll know, not everyone, but so I don't know if you guys leaked out the information, but anyways, it was a good job. It was really fun to see. Good job. So I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. You have anything you'd like to say?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. I have received a call and an email, and I was trying to find the email so that I could read it to you all, as it related to an individual of volunteers that has spoken very highly of senior services and that the work that they're doing with COVID, addressing our seniors issues. But there is a portion of our seniors, our shut-ins, and others that don't meet either the dial-a-ride and or the Meals on Wheels. And so this group of volunteers, to include to include churches, have put together boxes and delivers once they get feedback, be it from maybe staff from senior services and or others in the community around so they're sort of acting as the safety net. It sounds like they want to transition into you know, and I don't know, maybe it's just they're doing this during the summer. They are trying to look to other nonprofits or private entities to pick up some of that. They are working with Paul Ford and the integrated program there, but there's I guess there's no longer funding, and Paul is just one person. And typically what happens is the hospitals, to include the hospitals that are discharging our citizenry or seniors out of El Paso, Paul's having to go up there, pick them up, bring them back, situate them in their homes, get basically them to ensure that, you know, there aren't going to be falls and those kinds of things. And so I was hoping that we could hear more from Lynn Gallagher and others. And I plan to send the email to Mr. Maestas and Lynn, but I wanted us to hear very specifically what the needs are of our senior population. I know we've talked a lot about being that safety net for our seniors, and if there is any way that the Telshore funding can help that population, be it with transports like deliveries. I mean, I thought that was what some of that funding is supposed to be used for, and if it isn't, why isn't it? And if that's not the case, should we develop a strategy to assist those particular seniors that that don't meet the guidelines, be it for senior services and senior services, Dollar Ride, and Meals on Wheels. And so again, I was trying to find the email to be prepared to talk about it, but I will certainly forward that to David Maestas. I think I did a pretty good job of outlining what the issues are. And so I'm very, very concerned, Mayor, about our seniors, and especially during COVID. Again, I feel like the government and what senior services is doing is that safety net. And still, even then with that, there isn't the necessary funding and or the number of workers to assist with that need. So I felt it necessary to talk about that. And I think that's it. That's really all that I had. I know that there's a general disappointment about us passing for the intent of the TID, and I know that it's in my district, and I just want folks to be aware that I'm trying to do my due diligence and make sure that what is being brought in front of us is the right thing at the right time for that area. And I think sometimes we have to take a risk, and I like that the developer was willing to sort of wait, you know, kind of giving us some options about moving forward, so that we could hear the PUD. I think that's, for me, is going to be extremely important, because I think it's no secret that I'm very much for affordable housing. We have such a need, a great need in that in our community, but especially when we have an outstanding blueprint that specifically talks about the corridor there, and ensuring that we are renovating and rehabilitating and bringing everybody along, and a better development. And I think to Councilor Sorg's point about not being sure, if what the TID is offering is beneficial to the city. And I think if we, I've appreciated people agreeing to this outside expert to really look at that. I think that you will see, hopefully, that we will see that this is something that we should move towards, especially if, and I often think about the hospital being where it's at, the discussions about the medical, like it could be a medical complex where we could offer a lot of opportunity to our families, but our children that go to those schools, like maybe they can work a partnership with the schools to include the university and that hospital to look at a lot of STEM opportunities for those kids where otherwise they do not get that opportunity until middle school, if that, or high school. And I think if we could really push that, instead of it being these more specialty retail shops, that maybe it's looking at tech groups coming in and utilizing those spaces, and then working with the schools in developing some cool STEM projects with the hospital there. I can really see a lot of opportunity. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Flores?
I pass. Thank you.
Councilor Sorg? Councilor?
Yes, I was looking up some stuff, but I'll be very brief. It's getting late. When I mentioned affordable housing for the TID, I'm pretty serious about that. And the point I want to make, Mr. Mayor, is that I don't want to see TID tax money build affordable housing. I want to see the developers build affordable housing, not with our tax money. Like I said, a significant amount. We'll see what they come up with or what we do in the next month, and we'll go from there. I'll be the chairman of the Transportation, Sustainability and Infrastructure Committee, PRC, and so we'll start having reports coming next month. I'll pass at that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thanks. Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to all my colleagues. I just have one thing. A student from Oñate High School reached out to me a couple weeks ago. She probably reached out to a bunch of you as well about starting this petition to rename their high school that should have never been renamed after Don Juan de Oñate. I know that the Las Cruces public schools are, I think, taking a vote on this in the upcoming weeks. I would love to see council do some sort of, obviously if there's consensus, do some sort of supportive resolution as they move forward in renaming that high school. I think as much as it's an LCPS issue to vote on, I think having a high school named, and frankly, a bunch of streets and things named after a pretty terrible person is a black eye on our community, right? The Oñate High School is still within the city of Las Cruces, and to me, it feels pretty important that we support this cause as a city. For me, it feels important as a city councilor. Unfortunately, I don't think the timeline might work, but I would like us to move forward with something, Mr. Mayor. Somehow, I think they're discussing this July 14th, and so I know that doesn't work with our schedule, but I'm curious about what we could do instead, or still that that shows public support to the school board and frankly to all the students who are wanting to make history by changing this name.
Okay, well, thanks. You know, I mean, you're welcome if we can't get it done. I mean, not that I'm necessarily supportive of getting it done, but you're welcome to just do your own individual letter of support. So I don't want to hold a special meeting for this, but
Sure, yeah, I could see why not, right? And you know, whatever we can do that feels supportive to, well, perhaps then I would encourage my fellow colleagues to do so publicly and make a statement. But I think it'd be powerful if something came from the city council.
okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I will keep it brief as well. I definitely do support renaming Oñate High School. May have read some of my comments in the newspaper article, but I think it's a wonderful thing that these young students are doing. I think it's an important life lesson, and they're getting involved civically and with local government and understanding how their even their school board and you know, their school board works, and potentially getting the support from us would be an additive. So definitely support that. With that, I think that's all I'm going to say for now. I know we're have another meeting here coming up. So
okay, thank you. Councilor Beta-Stuvey.
Thank you. I'll be quick as well. I did have an opportunity about a week and a half ago to help out at the Papin Center with meal distribution. And I really wanted to commend Linda Miramontes and Martha Diaz for all the work and the care that they give our community members. They were able to know our residents by their car and know their order pretty much right away and their preferences just by looking at their vehicle. And they really do take the time and care with our residents and giving them the nutrition that they need. They've also seen an increase at that one center since we've started doing kind of the drive-through meals. Before, it was anywhere between about 37 and 50 residents would dine in. Now, the day that we served, they had almost 100 meals that we served that day. So they've seen a substantial jump. So even after COVID, I hope that we can look at ideas on how to be able to expand that programming and keep up to make sure that we are able to help serve these individuals that weren't attending before. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now return to the city manager's report. David?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, and city staff. I will keep this short as well. I do want to start off with a thank you to Mr. Andy Hume and the staff out there at Economic Development who have worked so hard at the airport. They are finalizing a lease agreement to have a person up there who will be starting a cafe. It is a local restaurant owner. I won't get into the details right now, but we will be sending out a press release. And again, thank you to Andy and Economic Development for their work out there. That helps with council's strategic initiatives for improving and having additional flights out there at the airport. The next thing that I have to do is I need to read the bond pricing information for the recent closing on the bonds that were approved by City Council. The first one is the 2020 facility SGRT cycling. The par amount was at $7,190,000, which is less than the amount of $11,100,000 that had been approved. Final maturity June 1st, 2032, which is before the latest approved date of June 1st, 2040. Net effective interest rate is 1.18, which is less than the 12% required, and all other terms were within parameters approved by council. For the 2020B facility SSGRT energy savings plan, the par amount was $6,750,000, which is less than the maximum of $9,215,000 that was approved. Final maturity is June 1st, 2040, which is the approved date of June 1st, 2040. Net effective interest rate is 2.4%, which is less than the 12% required. All other terms within parameters approved by council. The 2020A joint utility, par amount $11,240,000, which is less than the maximum of approved $15,100,000. Final maturity, June 1st, 2040, which is before the latest approved date of June 1st, 2043. The net effective interest rate is 2.28, which is less than the 12% required, and all other terms within parameters approved by council. And then finally, the 2020B Joint Utility Energy Performance Contract. The par amount was $7,985,000, which is less than the maximum approved of $10,600,000. Final maturity is June 1st, 2041, which is before the latest approved date of June 1st, 2043. The net effective interest rate is 2.44%, which is less than 12% required, and all other terms were within parameters approved by council. And then for the final comment, I will turn it over to Ms. Jennifer Vega Brown because she has a comment to pass on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This follows our closed session regarding the threat and litigation regarding the investigation of accounting records. I'm going to read to you a letter that I received from the McCard firm, and it is dated May 28th, 2020. I'll read it in full. It's just a page long. Please